Okay, so we are streaming live. Well, Supervisor Heidel will call the meeting to order at 9. Thank you.
Okay, where'd he go? In moments like these,
I don't know if anyone else couldn't hear John, but I couldn't.
I couldn't either.
the drastic mute button. Yeah. In this pause, I was going to call on a joke from Commissioner Ross, is what we typically do when we have a few seconds to spare, but I won't put you on the spot.
Okay,
we have-
I'm not prepared.
We have,
Well, we are live streaming, so let's be cautious with the language, please.
I can't imagine we'd have to worry about Amanda on that point.
Don't worry, Commissioner or Supervisor Heidel, they're all G-rated. My last joke was about gold and the periodic table of element symbol for gold.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are now at 9 o'clock. So I want to call the meeting to order. This is a special meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Today's date, Monday, March the 8th at 9 a.m. And it's a joint meeting with the Planning Commission, El Dorado County Planning Commission. So with that, I think it's time then to stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you'd please stand with me. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, again, welcome everyone. So I would ask at this point that the board prepare to adopt the agenda. And so when we do that, I'm going to ask for any public comment on today's agenda. There is one clarification I want to provide, and that is that we will be taking the closed session discussion right after item 1. So we are not deferring it to the end of the day. So please be aware of that. That's the planned activity. And we do have scheduled breaks throughout the day, as indicated on the agenda, the first break being from 10 to 10:20 this morning. So hopefully everybody has a chance to review the agenda, understands that particular flow. And with that, is there any public comment on the agenda?
Now taking public comment on the Board of Supervisors agenda. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Individuals representing an organization may request up to 5 minutes. It is at the discretion of the chair to allow for additional time. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now accepting public comment from Chris Kane.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My comment is on item number 3 under closed session. This relates to the purchase of the...
So Chris, we will take comment for the closed session before we get to closed session.
Oh, I misunderstood the way you phrased it, Supervisor Heidel. Just tell me when it's my turn and I'll do it exactly what you're saying.
No, I appreciate that, Chris. But right before we go into closed session, we're going to ask any comments from the public on closed session. That's our normal protocol. So appreciate that.
I understand that, but it wasn't listed here when that might be. So I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, joint meeting. This is Ken Greenwood from District 2. Unfortunately, I was unable to, after 4 tries, log into this. I was, in fact, entering the correct number, and it wouldn't let me in 4 different times. Now it has, which is just kind of a comment that this system is really hard to use. Okay, this is on the adoption of the agenda, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I'm not seeing on the agenda that there's open forum today, and that's very, very distressing, since we are a public agency, and that whenever we meet, we should really listen to the public, because after all, we are paying the bills. It's disturbing that we don't do this on our special sessions, especially today. The Planning Commission is joining in. But my comments on the agenda are, number one, curious as to the format today with respect to public comment on the various items, particularly the first item on the CEQA discussion, which is, I presume, the primary purpose for this meeting today. When and where that might be, what time, kind of what Chris was asking. I see that we have breaks scheduled from 10 to 10:20, lunch from 12:30 to 1, break from 3 to 3:20. But there's no indication as to when some of these items, obviously the first one will be taken next, but again, later on. When will you open this to public hearing, public comment on this item 1 after you've been done doing all your discussions, or at the onset? I don't know, because it's unclear as to what the format of this would be. So basically, that's my comment on the agenda. And also the fact that we don't have a open forum such that we could perhaps address the WTF ordinance and its failures. And it would be nice for the Planning Commission to hear this, because they're going to be hearing an item on Thursday at Oak Ridge High School that has truly failed the test, particularly in the era or the arena of CEQA analysis. But then again, that's kind of the problem with the WTF ordinance, and the reason it needs revision mightily. So if you could possibly give an idea, target time for public input on item 1, I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
There's no additional public comment.
So in response, we can't give you an approximate time because we don't know how much discussion will occur with item 1. The agenda is laid out that we will conclude the discussion on item 1. Any actions to be taken would be taken, whether that's direction to staff or otherwise. We would then announce and allow public comment on the closed session following item 1 and prior to going to item 2 and item 3. So hopefully that clarifies the flow. We're not deferring the closed session until the end of the afternoon. So, and Kim, if there's anything else that you would like to participate in or contribute to the discussion at this point, please do.
Yes, Supervisor Heil, I would just like the public to know that the way Zoom is set up with the webinar feature is attendees can only join the meeting after the meeting has been broadcasted. So once we broadcast, it's at that time that the attendees can join. So if they try to join the meeting before 9 a.m., they will be unable to do so.
Very good. Thank you. So with that, the next item would be for the Planning Commission to adopt their agenda.
Supervisor Heil, can we get a motion to adopt the agenda?
Yes, thank you. All right. So do we have a motion from the board?
Also move.
All right.
Second.
Second.
Oh, go ahead, Jim.
All right. So roll call, please.
Supervisor Heil, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parliament, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. So at this point, we'll turn it over to the Planning Commission to adopt their agenda.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Heidel. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Who was our motion from? Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Could we have the roll call, please?
Commissioner Vania, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Blychester, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Clarici is currently not present. Commissioner Williams, how do you vote?
You're on mute, Williams.
Yes, aye.
Commissioner Ross, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 4.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Chairman Heidel.
All right, very good. So with that, Kim, would you please read item 1 for the record, and we'll start the discussion.
Item 1 comes from the Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, and County Council, hosting a joint informational workshop with the Board of Supervisors and Planning Commission on the county's planning processes and procedures and the California Environmental Quality Act.
Very good, thank you. So I'm not sure who's taking the lead on the discussion, the presentation this morning. Is that Rob? Is that you or?
Correct, Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors members, and Mr. Chairman, Planning Commission members. Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. So I wanted to start by giving a brief overview of the presentations that you're going to hear today. First, Brianne Mobius, Deputy County Counsel, will be providing you with an overview of the roles and responsibilities of the Planning Agency and Planning Commission, located on your Legistar's Attachment B. Next up, you'll hear back from me with an overview of discretionary application processing and procedures for the Planning Division. That presentation is Legistar Attachment D. The last presentation you will be getting is a CEQA workshop presented by Gary Jacobs and Chris Mundenk from Ascent Environmental. We all know how important the CEQA process is to land use and transportation projects and decision-making, so we'll be doing a fairly deep dive on that topic. That presentation is located in your Legistar as Attachment A. So I wanted to apologize that the attachments are not in the order of the presentation, but that's how it worked out. And that's why I felt the need to identify which was which in the overview. Largely, that is a symptom of mine being last to be done, for instance. And then the last attachment that you have in your Legistar is Attachment C, Understanding the Basics of Land Use and Planning, a Guide to Local Planning from the Institute of Local Government. That has some good information and maybe a good resource for all of you on a variety of land use related topics. Some of you may recognize this document as it is included in our Planning Commission member reference outline that we discussed in the last joint meeting. However, I thought it would be good to bring it up again and attach it to this item, both for the Board of Supervisors members and PC members, as well as for our listening public. So unless you have any beginning questions for me, I'll go ahead and pass it off to Bree. Take it away, Bree.
Good morning, Bree Mobius, Deputy County Counsel. Just going to get the presentation going. All right. So as Rob indicated, we want to start this morning with a workshop at a higher level, really talking more generally about the roles and responsibilities of the board and the Planning Commission in the land use decision-making process, and then also in implementation of your general plan. At the end of this presentation, we want to take the opportunity to review what the Planning and Building Department and our office understand to be your board's direction with the roles and responsibilities of the Planning Commission beyond those identified in state law or our ordinance. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. So first is the difference between a planning agency and the Planning Commission. Under state law, the county is required to have a planning agency. The board is required to assign by ordinance the functions of the planning agency, and the board may provide that the Planning Commission serve as a planning agency. Any functions that are not assigned remain with the board. State law allows, but does not require the county to have a planning commission. The legislative body may create one or more planning commissions, each of which shall report directly to the board. Each planning commission shall consist of 5 members under state law, and all have to act in the public interest. So the planning agency in the government code has numerous tasks that are identified in various sections. And so I want to highlight some of the most important ones today. And that's starting with government code section 65103. So the planning agency is responsible to prepare, periodically review, and revise as necessary the general plan. And as you know, the general plan is considered the county's constitution for development. The planning agency is also tasked with implementing the general plan through actions, including but not limited to the administration of specific plans and zoning and the subdivision ordinance. The planning agency also annually reviews the capital improvement program of the county and the local public work projects of other local agencies for consistency with the general plan. The planning agency is tasked to endeavor to promote public interest in, comment on, and understanding of the general plan and regulations relating to it. The planning agency is also tasked with consulting and advising with public officials, agencies, public utility companies, civic, educational, professional, and other organizations and citizens generally concerning implementation of the general plan. The planning agency is also tasked with promoting the coordination of local plans and programs with the plans and programs of other public agencies. And lastly, in government code, it says that the planning agency shall perform other functions as a legislative body your board provides, including conducting studies and preparing plans other than those required under the government code. In additional sections, the planning agency is required to investigate and make recommendations to the legislative body regarding reasonable and practical means for implementing the general plan or elements of the general plan so that it will serve as an effective guide for orderly growth and development, preservation and conservation of open space, land, and natural resources, and the efficient expenditure of public funds relating to subjects addressed in the general plan. The planning agency is also required under state law to submit reports to the Office of Planning and Research, which is commonly known as OPR, and also to the Department of Housing and Community Development, also known as HCD, on progress to meeting the regional housing needs allocation. And your planning department brings those items to your board every year. And there are additional responsibilities in state law, so I've highlighted the main ones, but there are other sections within the government code that best decisions with the planning agency. So El Dorado County, what is our planning agency? It is created in our county ordinance, section 13060.010, and it assigns the functions more generally there. In our county, our planning agency is made up first of the Board of Supervisors, the Planning Commission, the Zoning Administrator, the Director of Planning and Building, and the Planning and Building Department itself. So starting, what is your board's role within the planning agency? First, you act as a review authority for land use applications that require a public hearing and a legislative action. And then you also act as the appeal body for decisions of the planning commissions that are appealed to your board. And that's in the ordinance section that creates the planning agency. Then also in our county ordinance, the ordinance directs that the Board of Supervisors shall serve as the planning agency for the duties, functions, and powers set forth in Title VII of the Government Code, which are the sections that we just discussed, with respect to the preparation, review, and adoption of a comprehensive long-term general plan for the physical development of the county and any land outside of its boundaries, which in the Board of Supervisors' judgment bears relations to its planning required by Government Code section 65300. So in our ordinance, the board has vested the duties and powers with respect to the general plan review and policy decisions regarding the general plan with the board itself. Now turning to our planning commission. The planning commission was created in our ordinance code, so while we are not required to have one, the El Dorado County has elected to have a planning commission. And it's created in section 220-580. And then in section 220-600, consistent with state law, the planning commission shall consist of 5 members. One is selected, as you know, by each member of the Board of Supervisors. The appointees should reside within the supervisory district of the supervisor who selects them, and they shall reside within the county and shall be registered voters of the county, and they cannot hold office at the time of their appointment. Under section 22610, county council serves as a legal advisor to the planning commission. So what is the Planning Commission's role within the planning agency itself? Under the ordinance code that creates the planning agency, the functions assigned to the Planning Commission are the hearing body to consider and approve or deny development applications, and an advisory agency to the board on legislative actions, including zone changes and general plan amendments. Section 22590 provides that the Planning Commission shall have all of the other duties of the planning agency that are identified in the government code, except the planning agency functions reserved for the board. So except that part of the general plan implementation and adoption that the board reserved for itself, then the planning agency would carry out the rest of the planning commission would carry out the rest of the planning agency responsibilities. So duties of the Planning Commission, and I will go over some of these in a little more detail, but just to kind of give a highlight overview of what is vested within the Planning Commission, because it's a fairly long list. First, amendments to the general plan, adoption of or amendments to specific plans, amendments to the zoning ordinance code, decisions under the Subdivision Map Act, discretionary permits under Title 130, recommendations on development agreements, review of the capital improvement program for consistency with the general plan, report on general plan conformity of acquisition or disposal of real property, and SB 35 projects, which are the streamlined ministerial approval for affordable housing. And as you'll recall, state law does not require there to be a public hearing, but allows there to be a public oversight process. And just last month, your board elected to have that public oversight process for these ministerial projects with the Planning Commission. And then as decisions under the California Environmental Quality Act. So we're going to spend really a great weight of the time today on the California Environmental Quality Act. And as you know, and you'll discuss later, every time we make a discretionary decision, it requires us to comply with the California Environmental Quality Act. So whatever of the decisions above that the Planning Commission might make, they also have to take the necessary action and adopt the necessary environmental document under CEQA. And generally, Planning Commission decisions are either advisory and provide a recommendation to the board, or they're a final decision that is generally appealable to the board. So going in a little bit more detail as to the general plan and specific plans, the Planning Commission is tasked with holding public hearings to review and recommend action on proposed amendments to the general plan. They are also required to consider the general plan and make findings of consistency with the general plan when approving projects. And lastly, the Planning Commission reviews and makes recommendation to the board for adoption of and amendments to specific plans. Going into zone changes and zoning ordinance amendments, under state law and county code, the commission is tasked with holding public hearings and making written recommendations to the board on any zone change or amendments to our zoning code. Under state law, the written recommendations shall include the reasons for the recommendation, the relationship of the proposed ordinance or amendment to the applicable general and specific plans, and shall be transmitted to the legislative body in any such form or manner as may be specified by the legislative body. And generally how this has occurred is that staff will present written recommendations and findings, and the Planning Commission would then make any changes to those and adopt those. The board may approve, modify, or disapprove the recommendation of the Planning Commission. And under the government code and county ordinance, if the board makes a substantial modification that was not previously considered by the Planning Commission, the modification is required to be referred back to the Planning Commission for report and recommendation. The Planning Commission is not required to hold another hearing, so that if it doesn't act within 40 days, it is deemed approval of the proposed modification. And going into discretionary permits, which is really the heart of a lot of what the Planning Commission is tasked with at each Planning Commission meeting, under Title 130 of our code, these are generally what would go to the Planning Commission, although there are some limits where it could be a staff level review of some permits here. So conditional use permits would go to the Planning Commission, and also some minor use permits. Design review permits, and often in some projects, it's that design review permit that is a discretionary action that would trigger CEQA for that project. Development plan permits, some sign permits and uniform sign programs would go to the Planning Commission. Map corrections if the record is unclear and staff is unable to determine if there was a map error. Interpretations after public hearing of Title 130. compatible use determinations that are referred by the director of the Planning and Building Department, review and recommendations on community design guidelines and design overlay decisions, and appeals of decisions of administrative permits, minor use permits, temporary mobile home permits, temporary use permits, and variances. And on some of these, while it's anticipated in Title 130 that they would be done at a staff level, the director can also defer action on that directly to the Planning Commission. And if it's, there's a lot of public controversy or there's a lot of public interest in it, then the planning director might do that. Otherwise, the Planning Commission would hear appeals of those decisions. Under the Subdivision Map Act, the Planning Commission is vested with approving, conditionally approving, or disapproving tentative maps. With vesting tentative maps that give more rights to the developer, the Planning Commission makes recommendations to the board. And the Planning Commission is tasked with granting any design waivers or subdivision design or improvement requirements, provided that certain findings are made in the ordinance. And also the Planning Commission is tasked with granting or denying map extensions. So that sums up a very high level and broad overview of what the roles of the planning agency is within the county, and then also how the board fulfills those roles and how the Planning Commission fulfills those roles. And as new board members change over the years and as new members join the board and Planning Commission, there's often discussion about those roles of the board and the Planning Commission and whether any changes should be made in those roles and responsibilities. Many of the responsibilities that I've highlighted here are established under state law or county code. So the board would not have discretion to change anything in state law that is vested with the Planning Commission or with the planning agency. And similar, if it was in county code, the board would have to amend the county code. But state law and county code don't really address everything on how the Planning Commission operates or how land use decisions are carried out. And your board has provided direction over the years about the roles it wants its Planning Commission to serve in land use decisions and policy making. The idea of this last slide is to highlight the Planning and Building Departments and our office's understanding of your board's direction. If it is a desire of your board to discuss or consider changing this direction, then this joint workshop would provide the opportunity to do so today. And it's staff goal at the end really of this slide to understand from your board that we understand the direction that you want your Planning Commission to serve. And if there is any change to that, that you have the opportunity to discuss that with the Planning Commission today. So turning to what the Planning and Building Department and our office understand that direction to be. First, that the board serves as the policy-making body in land use decisions and the county's general plan. Second, that the Planning Commission's responsibilities are limited to the items that are required to come before it pursuant to state law or county code or referred to the Planning Commission by a majority of your board. So that would be all the items I identified, such as conditional use permits, tentative maps, that state law or ordinance directs be brought to the Planning Commission when the project is ready. That the board directs allocation of the Planning and Building Department's resources and staff through adoption of the long-range planning project prioritization matrix and board policies, such as Board Policy J2, that prioritizes commercial and industrial projects. So as Tiffany and Rob can go into more detail, they have limited staff and your board really directs which projects it's going to prioritize in that matrix. And then even with development projects has policies on how staff should prioritize those projects. Next, that the Planning Commission should not independently hold public workshops or seek public input to set or direct county policy or allocation of staff resources unless directed to do so by a majority of your board. And lastly, that the Planning Commission can request training on subject areas relevant to consideration of projects such as CEQA that we're doing today, the Brown Act, land use laws and regulations. And then the Director of Planning and Building would determine if and when to provide this training based on budget and staff resources. So those are what we've identified as prior board direction and wanted to present that today. If there's any desire to have discussion or questions, then this would be the opportunity to do so.
Thank you, Bree. So let's open it up for either questions or comments from either board members or from commissioners at this point. So anyone please who would like to make a comment or ask a question, please raise your hand at this point so we can identify the sequence of taking those questions.
John?
Yes.
Thank you. Bree, did you explain what Title 130 is exactly?
Sorry, Title 130 is in our county code. It's the zoning code. So it is our zoning ordinance, and it is, so when I say Title 30, that's the section, starts section 130. But it is the county's zoning code, so it's where you have all your zones, you designate what uses are allowed, but then it also has all the procedures to implement that. So how do you get a conditional use permit? What are the requirements?
Okay, great. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Cheryl, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, hi. So many of you might not know, but my doctoral dissertation was on how California state boards conduct their business and how they make decisions and stuff. So this is right up my alley of my expertise. I really enjoy this. And thank you, Bree, for the great overall overview of all of our roles and responsibility. That was great. I just wanted to take it up even a higher overview, just so everybody understands where we're all coming from, is that the whole purpose for having boards, multi-headed bodies to make decisions in general is to do the people's business and to bring the people with us as we're doing their business. And so anytime we have any board meeting, and this is where the Brown Act is coming from, anytime you have a public meeting, you want to bring the public in. And I feel that the board certainly has a primary role in that, and the Planning Commission would have another primary role to fulfill the state's mandate to promote public interest and to bring the public into the decision-making process. And so with that thought, anytime that we have a meeting, special meetings are a little bit different because you have to concentrate on a single topic generally, but anytime that we have a meeting, we should really make the broadest effort to bring up new topics that the public wants us to see. And so when they're talking about what the Planning Commission is limited to, it's really not limited to those specific things. If a member of the public wants to bring something forward during a meeting, we certainly can address it and discuss it and place it on our agenda. And so anything that the board directs us to do is also outside of those limits, right? We're definitely going to take up anything that the board wants us to air in public before it comes before them. So the main concentration is that anytime any multi-headed body meets for any reason, the whole purpose of meeting like that is to bring the public with us in our decision-making process. So that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I have one if nobody else does.
I just want to do comment on what Cheryl just mentioned, and thank you, Cheryl, for those comments. I do want to explain though that a lot of the board meetings are public meetings. They're being held in the public, but they're meetings of the board. And so in order for us to do our business that the public requests us to do, it does limit us on our time. And so that's where there's frustration from the board, from the public many times, in saying, gee, you need to open this to all conversations, whereas we wouldn't get the business of the county done if we allowed that every time. So these very specific meetings allow us the ability to narrow down our conversations for that meeting only, to have a discussion, a workshop, whatever you want to call it, so that we're allowed to focus on that. And it is an important difference and distinction for our special board meetings and workshops. I just do want to point that out. I don't want people to get frustrated saying, gee, you're not opening it to everything, but there's a time and place why we have our general meetings on Tuesdays, and we can open up those and have those open forums where we do ask and if there's anything out there that we can then agendize it. So I just wanted to clarify that. And thank you, Cheryl.
And of course, the Board of Supervisors has so much broader of a scope of things to address besides just the general plan and the planning side of things. So that's where probably the Planning Commission can help out a lot more. You can just direct us to take up those matters, and then we. That's
why we love you there.
Public airing, yeah, right.
An outstanding resource, which I suspect that the board will probably pull on a little bit more as time goes on with the number of things that seem to be surfacing on the horizon. So I too would like to start by thanking Bree for the great presentation. You went through it very quickly and there's a lot of information in there. I'm still trying to get my head around some of the statements, but I understand, the basic law and what we're trying to accomplish here. But I want to ask a question relative to something that is on the horizon, and it's called an urgency ordinance. And I have not been through many of these, but where we have an urgency ordinance come before the board, should the board take action, have you seen circumstances where it would be appropriate for the board then to direct the planning commission to enter into some kind of a discussion relative to that urgency ordinance? Or is that generally precluded as a possible board action? I see David lighting up, so maybe he can help with that. But
well, I do want to be very careful. If you're referencing an item on tomorrow's agenda, I really think we need to be careful about talking even procedural matters that might relate to the matter that's on the agenda for tomorrow. So I do want to be a little bit careful that this discussion does stay as broad as it's been agendized to be. With respect to referrals to the Planning Commission, in my time, doing land use for El Dorado County, I've seen various matters that the board has referred back to the Planning Commission for further study in various contexts, whether it's comes to the board on appeal or perhaps on recommendation from the Planning Commission, and then referred back for additional study. I think it may have been in Bree's presentation that in certain circumstances, if a recommendation is made from the Planning Commission to the board, the statutes actually require that if the board is making significant changes to that recommendation, that it be referred back to the Planning Commission for additional review. So I think that there is a fairly broad level of discretion of the board to refer matters back to the Planning Commission for additional review and study.
Appreciate that comment. So thank you. Any other questions?
Bree, thank you for the presentation. It was, it opened my eyes to a lot of the other different things that need to be addressed. So I appreciate that very much. And Cheryl, also, thank you for your comments, my commissioner. Anyway, and thank you very much for all your help in getting this out to us today, Bree. Thank you.
Supervisor Heidel, it looks like Commissioner Williams has his hand raised.
Okay, James, please.
Thank you, Chairman Heidel. I just had a quick question, Bree, on if major modifications or substantial modifications occur at the board level and something's referred back to the Planning Commission. Usually in the past, I've seen that staff will typically identify the criteria that creates a substantial modification. Is that always the case? I guess I'm just wondering, there's a 40-day trigger there. So is it up to the planning commissioners to keep up on everything as it goes through the board level, or typically is staff going to identify when a substantial modification was done and let the planning commission know?
Mobius, I don't know that they're in. If Tiffany or Rob want to jump in, I don't know that we have a written procedure on how that is done. So I think generally, when those modifications are happening with projects, you recall, I think the boards made the decision to send it back to the Planning Commission on a lot of those because they felt like it was a modification that warranted greater discussion from the Planning Commission. So that's probably where you're going to see that happening. And then as to other projects, then I do think it is staff, if the board adopts it as it is without really feeling the need to send it back to the Planning Commission, then staff would be making that assessment. Is this a substantial modification that warrants the Planning Commission's consideration?
Perfect. So then I would just I guess on that same note, stress to my board members, if you guys feel like something is a substantial modification, then, we're definitely kind of relying on you guys to help identify that at your level and kick it back to us if you feel the need, Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
This is Tiffany Schmid, Director of Planning and Building. So James, we would definitely seek that clarification from the Board of Supervisors as the hearing was unfolding. If things start feeling like they are rising to that level of a substantial modification, we would then ask the board to please provide that direction to staff to refer it back to the Planning Commission. We are on the side of caution with that for sure.
All right. Any other comments or questions? I'm not seeing hands raised by anyone else.
Chairman Heidel,
yes.
Commissioner Vania, I have a question for Bree, and of course, great job as usual, Bree. Appreciate it. In your presentation, you talked about any kind of public hearings and so forth that we would need clearance in a sense from the Board of Supervisors or direction. Can you help quantify that? We want to stay in our lane, because there's certain language in the bylaws that gives us that authority to do, you know, a public hearing and so forth on a particular item. So can you provide some context to make sure we're staying in our lane as the Planning Commission?
So first, I think when you're talking about a public hearing, that is something that state law would likely require there to be a hearing. So there's a difference between something being on your agenda as an item for discussion like we have today, or a hearing in the legal sense that state law would have. So I think what you're more talking about is maybe a workshop or an agendized item for discussion. And you are correct that the bylaws do provide, if there's something that comes up in public comment, that the planning commissioners could then ask for that to be set on an agenda. And I think where there is some tension is what does that look like? And what is the intent or the goal in doing that? And I think a great example, and it really came from another county that was struggling with that issue, was that people were coming to public comment. And let's take, for example, a cell tower ordinance. I think it's probably easier to talk about this with an example, but if it was a request for a cell tower ordinance or looking at that, then the planning commission was to set that on the agenda. What will that discussion be? Because at that point, you're not going to have the benefit of that staff analysis or staff direction. You're not going to have a full presentation because the board has really directed where that cell tower ordinance goes on that matrix and the prioritization. So and I think there was another county that was finding that these workshops weren't productive because they didn't have the staff resources behind them because the board had allocated those resources to be spent on higher priorities at that time. And so that's the tension piece. And I think that's what hopefully the opportunity today is what does the board want to see happen if the planning commission is agendizing items that are not before it for review because under state law or the county ordinance, the project is ready for a decision, and are not before it because staff is bringing an item forward, for example, amendment to the zoning code. And so I think that, if I understand correctly, is kind of the question on more general issues of interest to the public. Does the board want the planning commission to just hold an open workshop on those items with the understanding that there may not be staff resources behind that workshop?
Okay, yeah, because we obviously don't direct staff. The Board of Supervisors does through their management, and we want to be respectful of their priorities and so forth. So, yeah, I just wanted to kind of have a discussion about that to see, you know, what those limits are, so we can certainly respect those. So, thank you, Bree.
Let me make a clarification. The board does not direct staff. The board works through the CAO and other elected officials to try to get staff to support the actions that are taken. So I want to make it clear, the board is not out directing staff to do certain things.
Right. Thanks for that clarification.
Activity. So very good. Any other, looks like Cheryl wants to comment again, and also Wendy. So go ahead, Cheryl, you go first. You're muted, Cheryl.
Saying you should let Supervisor Thomas go first.
All right, fine. Ladies' choice.
Okay, that's not necessary, but I just wanted to say, welcome to our Planning Commission. It's really nice to be with you today. And I appreciate this discussion. And it's a helpful reminder to us that as we are looking at items that are a part of our strategic goals for the year and the years ahead, to keep in mind the resources that you provide. I could see how it could be very helpful if we have a big item that will be coming up on our strategic goals and we want to kind of get the community's input before we really get into it, that, kicking it to you to hold a workshop to gauge public sentiment and then report back to us could be a really helpful tool. So I want to thank you for that reminder for us. And it's just, we really appreciate your service to our community. You are a really important part of the work that we do here.
Okay, Cheryl, I think if you still want to comment, please.
I just wanted to bring up one of the examples that we were doing was if we have a light agenda sometime, it would be good to have the kind of presentation that isn't the burden of the staff to help support and do, like bringing in CAL FIRE or somebody to talk about, forestry in El Dorado County or something that's not something that the staff has to prepare anything for. That was just my suggestion.
And Chair, can I ask, I was really actually a little confused by your statement that you said that the board does not direct staff. As a board, we do. And we do it often, so I'm really confused by your
There
statement.
has been issues in the past with individual board members to direct staff to do things, and that is inappropriate.
Okay, so you're saying, thank you for that clarification, because as a board, we do direct staff. As individuals, we do not.
But I always viewed it, we do that through the CAO, who then
All right.
controls the direction of the staff and stuff. So we provide direction and guidance in the formal sense, but from the standpoint of individual communication with staff members, I want you to go do this right now, separate from communicating with the CAO. That's the part that's inappropriate. So there is a distinction there, but thank you for the
Yeah,
question.
and I just wanted to make sure we had that clear, because I went, wait a minute, whoa, we do it often as a board.
Well, and maybe the CAO, Don Ashton, I don't know if he wants to weigh in on that one or not, but I'm just trying to make sure that the public doesn't think that the board goes around directing staff, you know, on a daily basis or something.
As individuals. That's the part that needs to be said with that, so that it's clear, because on our agenda, we do it all the time as a board, so.
Well, it's direction to staff as a board, but not as an individual supervisor.
Correct. Okay,
So,
thank you for that.
Thank you for that. Yep. Any other?
So John, Chair, if I may, I wanted to get to John Vega's question, and that is, it's more about understanding what the board's roles are, and the board's role is to set policy, number one. So if there's a policy decision to be made, I think it's important that the Board of Supervisors be the lead on that. If it's a question on looking at a policy and understanding how that relates to the Planning Commission, then the Planning Commission should be bringing us recommendations. And so I think there's levels there that we need to understand that I think sounds like what you would like some clarification on. But, I always try to just step back and say, what is the board's role? And our role is, basically, besides a fiscal duty, our next major duty is to set policy. And that's that overall policy setting goal that we are always looking for. And so it's that interpretation, I guess, from the Planning Commission that we're seeking recommendations on. Just wanted to clarify that.
All right. Any other commissioner or board member comments or questions of Bree's presentation? So Bree, this is a pretty meaty subject. Do you recommend we take public comment on each of these presentations, or wait till the end and take public comment on the whole suite of presentations? Your thoughts? And maybe Don Ashton wants to weigh in on this one, but.
And I think Commissioner Williams was trying to speak was before you.
Okay. I didn't see a hand up and I couldn't see him on the screen, so.
Sorry, yeah, I just chimed in there. I just, because I guess I wanted to kind of spin off Supervisor Novacell's comments. So kind of establishing, I guess, what I'm hearing is kind of giving direction to the Planning Commission and what is expected of us. And I guess as a planning commissioner, one of my concerns is the time frame that the board has to review a project. I don't know how long you get on your agenda to prepare for it, but I would venture to guess that it's not more than a week or two. And a lot of these files and projects, as you know, are thousands of pages, thousands of pages. And so I've always understood our role on the Planning Commission is to thoroughly dive into the nuts and bolts of these projects, kind of do the legwork behind the investigation and verification of all the criteria that we need to make sure is met before it moves to your level, which takes a lot of time that you probably don't have at your level because there is so much going on in the county besides just land use. So I guess for me, I'm looking also to verify that is what the supervisor, or at least my supervisor, wants from me, is to really get in there and verify this information and do the groundwork that needs to be done to make them feel better about what they have to do next at their level. And so that's how I've always understood our role. And with that, it definitely takes staff assistance and time. I try as best I can to give staff as much notification before a hearing so they have time to research and do what they can. But definitely there's always gaps that are going to be there that the planning commission and staff work together to try to fill those gaps before it gets to the board level. And I think that to do that, it is going to require some staff time, but we try to keep it within the priority matrix. So, but that's kind of what I'd be looking for, is that kind of verification of my understanding of what's expected of us. And then, yeah, that's about it. Thanks.
So to follow up on that, then, I'm not really sure if that kind of what James is asking, is that in statute? Is that more of a protocol? Or, because I know personally, I really appreciate the deep dive that the Planning Commission often does into projects. They get down in the weeds in our policies and the environmental laws and all that stuff. Because on certain projects where I find them a little more controversial, I go back and I listen to the Planning Commission so that I get a better understanding of the issue, so that I don't have to do my own research and start from scratch all over again. Why do that? Why waste our time when they've already done the deep dive at the Planning Commission? So I guess that might be what you're asking, James, is that what we want, how we want to use our Planning Commission to do that deep dive with staff into the issues? And is that in statute anywhere to use the Planning Commission like that? Or is that more of what how the board wants to use them? I think that's what you're kind of asking, James, is to make sure that we want the deep dive at the Planning Commission, which does take more time and staff resources to do that. But then my thinking is we get a better result when we're very thorough. So I think that's the clarification that James is kind of looking for, and I would appreciate knowing too.
Is that a question directed at me, or
I'm going to throw it at you. You could probably, because this seems to be in the realm of your presentation, right?
Yeah, I think I can. What is in the statute is where the Planning Commission is the decision-making body on an item. So they are hearing that item coming forward, whether it's conditional use permit, a map, and doing that deep dive into an analysis of that before doing that approval, I think is what Commissioner Williams is talking about, is when he invests that time on a specific project. So I can't cite you something in state law providing that procedure, but really as a decision maker, when anything comes before your board, right, it's on you to have read all the staff reports, have done that deep dive and analysis so that you can make the best decision. So I think that's really part of good governance and in their role of decision makers to understand the project that they're approving and then ask the questions that they may have so that they can feel confident in the decision that they make.
Okay, and two, when they're making a recommendation to the board, we want to feel confident that they've been afforded the opportunity to ask all those questions, before making a recommendation, so that we can feel confident in the recommendation. Okay, that makes sense. I think, does that help James a little bit?
Yeah, that does help give some clarification.
Okay.
Lori, I think the difficult thing comes when it requires a lot of staff time, extensive staff time, to go dig history or something or other, and there has to be some reasonableness in terms of how much digging do you do at some point. If it's something that's ancient history, can you get a summary of it and that's enough, or do you want to see every document from 1999? And there's reasons why in certain circumstances it may be necessary to read that. So it's the discretionary part of that to try to emphasize that staff's time is extremely valuable. They've got a lot of things on their plate, and we need to be considerate of not continuing to dig for things, or at least being patient in the response time it takes to get those things back. So that's the balancing point in my mind. I mean, you can dig forever, or you can get to a point where you're satisfied that you're compliant, things have been met, they were previously prescribed well, et cetera. So it's where you cut that off as opposed to where you keep digging. And everybody's individual appetite for digging deeper is different. So I think, again, it's a personal thing, but I would just caution us that we need to be considerate of staff's time. If we ask for more, and the planning commissioners ask for more and more information, it is going to take time to do it. So.
Yeah, and you're right. That is a tough balance because we want to make sure that we're thoughtful and thorough, especially on projects where the public is going to be scrutinizing this. So yeah, I get what you're saying, but we want to make sure that we're getting good recommendations from our planning commission. This planning commission we have right now is an amazing group of folks. So I think we're going to be getting really good analysis and on the recommendations that come to us.
Yeah, to follow up on that, Lori and John, I think it's important. Perhaps we do need to. Sorry.
Go ahead. I'm not sure what happened there.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to say, maybe we can list out, as Bree has done here, talking about the vested responsibilities of the planning commission, maybe, put that in some sort of procedural manual. I don't know what they have, but, somehow where it's listed. Yeah, Rob, you probably have that in there, but I think that's important, is to list that out, because again, we're more the policy board and they have specific roles to play. And so if we can get that written in a definitive, kind of like what Bree did, but just have that somewhere in the policy manual for them on what is and isn't their responsibility, so it's clearer, perhaps that might help. I'll pass that on to Amanda. She's been waving her hand.
Go ahead,
Thank
Amanda.
you, Supervisor Novosello. Thank you, Chair. I'm really glad we're continuing to have this discussion. I think it's really helpful. I thought of a question when we were talking, so thank you, everyone. I thank you, Chair, for your discussion about taking up staff time. I think that's something that, as planning commissioners, sometimes we get projects that come up and they're kind of controversial, or there's some questions we have, and so I'm wondering if there's some sort of guidance we could get from staff, like, if we ask for additional research or a study on some specific item and staff says to us, oh, well, that is going to take, what's the threshold? That's going to take us 4 more hours or 10 more hours, or that'll take 2 days. Like, is there some way that we could get some clarification on, like, what is, I guess, a reasonable amount of time that staff should take to address a question that we have? And if it is too much time, what is the process to say, well, I can't make, an informed decision without this additional information? Does that go back to the board to approve more time for that, or how does that exactly work? So I guess I would like some clarification on that. Thank you.
And I see Rob Peters has got his hand, as does Wendy, but I'm going to let Rob go first because maybe he's got a response for us.
Yeah, so this is Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. I think a lot of what we're discussing here reminds me of the last joint meeting where we created a document that we attached to the Planning Commissioners information that we provide them when they're starting, and it's called the Planning Commissioner Member Reference Outline. And in that document, we went through and tried to identify the roles and responsibilities of county staff, the commissioners, and the board related to the Planning Commission's activities. And in there, we kind of tried to capture some of this. I think we had some, James had advocated, Commissioner Williams, for making sure that they still had that ability to verify the information and do that deep dive. We also identified in that document that the director would actually, if staff was kind of going, hey, we've got a lot of questions here, we've got a lot of information to provide, it's going to take us this much time, that we would actually go to the director, and the director would tell staff how much time is really reasonable related to each individual project, because there's no real even baseline across the board, because like you say, some are more controversial, some are more technically difficult to get through. And so I think we tried to capture that. So there's opportunities where if folks are feeling like we didn't capture that adequately, or we want to revise that, that might be the location of which we can make those changes. It's not in our codes, but it's in our reference information for planning commissioners, and was sort of agreed upon by the group previously. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you, Rob. So I'm going to take them in sequence I see on the screen. So Supervisor Thomas, you're next.
All right, thank you. I wanted to bring just another thought into this conversation today, and I recognize that you are a seasoned commission and appreciate your expertise on this, but I think it's always helpful for the Planning Commission to recognize that you are often the first face that someone sees of El Dorado County. And so you set the tone for their experience, you know, whether they're a single homeowner that's trying to navigate a difficult project, or, you know, a developer that wants to invest in our community. You set the tone. And I think that's really important to keep in mind. And I would also always encourage you to keep in mind the county's strategic plan, because especially in terms of economic development and public safety and infrastructure, that tells you what this board has prioritized in terms of how we look at economic development, what kinds of housing projects we are prioritizing. And that can help lead your decision making as well. As I know you know that, but you know, it's important that, you know, we don't always get to say, well, I don't like that project. That's not important to me. But if the board has set something as one of our strategic plans in terms of economic development, that is an important consideration for you to keep in mind in your decision-making process, as well as your discussions. So.
Thank you, Wendy. So Cheryl, you're up.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up an example of what happened at my first board meeting. And of course, I was brand new and I didn't know who anybody was for staff-wise to ask questions of. So I didn't have very good direction and did it wrong, of course, right? Because of that. But we were taking up an item to recommend vacating part of a road right-of-way. And so I asked a good week ahead of time, can I get the dedication document, the deed that dedicated the right-of-way? And it didn't come at all. It didn't come for like weeks afterwards. And it's not even something that's in the planning department's bailiwick. It would be in records, right? So I didn't even know if there was a way that I could go get a public record like that kind of directly, you know, or ask somebody to get that directly. So anyway, that was just an example of something that actually came up that I had no idea how to handle. And so tried to go through staff to get it, but you know, it's not, they don't have the records in their hands. So so it would take up staff time to do that. Anyway, that's just a.
Thank you. Supervisor Turnbull, your turn. George.
Well, you know, the thing is when some of these projects come up in front of the Planning Commission, I think there should be more investigation done, because I think a lot of these projects might have been voted on years ago, and then now they're starting to come up, you know, and this is a new Planning Commission, you know, a lot of new members here on this board and stuff. So they really don't know the whole background on some of these projects. So I think it's up to staff to make sure that they got adequate information before they even vote on something. It can't be on the recommendation of the staff to vote on this. It should be the recommendation of the Planning Commission to vote. I meet with my planning commissioner all the time. I talk to her about things that are coming up. She voices her opinion. I voice mine. And that's the way it should be. Every supervisor should be in contact with their planning commissioner at all times. And I do. So I just think it's very adequate that they get the information that they need before they make any of these decisions.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on the commission or the board?
Yes, Chairman Heidel.
Yes.
I think for us as planning commissioners, you know, when the agenda is set, you know, we need to, as soon as possible, look through the material and give staff as much lead time as possible out of respect for their priorities that are set by their supervisors and management. Also, you know, I wanted to just, because you know, last couple of years we've had a change in leadership, so I just wanted to thank Tiffany and Rob for their leadership, because specifically in the Planning Commission, not to exclude Bree County Council as well as DOT and the rest of staff, but we have, for your information, for those who don't know, we have monthly meetings. Individual commissioners have a monthly meeting with planning staff where some of these questions can be vetted. And so it provides for those, you know, on a schedule, those opportunities to get that feedback and express some questions or concerns on a particular project. So I just wanted to thank staff for their leadership concerning that, specifically Tiffany and Rob. So thank you.
Very good.
So John?
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify, because I'm hearing a lot of, at least a few comments that perhaps there needs to be more in that booklet or that that file that talks about the roles and responsibilities to add to that on how they get information when they need it, how do they get agendized information in a timely manner. I don't know how that, how we put that in there, but it sounds like maybe that needs to be something that's spelled out a little better in the brochure or whatever they have.
Well, there is content in there. We can always clarify and add more. So yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Yeah, if they don't mind working on that, that'd be great.
Okay. So I'm not seeing any other hands raised. I'm not seeing anyone noting they want to comment in addition to this. So Bree, back to the question, you think it's appropriate to open up for public comment for just this segment? These are such big, meaty chunks. I think it probably is, but what are your thoughts? Should we hold public comment till the end or do it now?
It's in your discretion, and Tiffany or Rob might have an opinion because it's really planning's item, but I think the intent was to hold public comment until all three of the presentations and then take public comment on the entire item as a whole.
Okay, the only thought there is that maybe wait late in the afternoon. I don't know, probably not, but anyway. So Don Ashton or anybody, do you want to weigh in on that question? Tiffany?
Tiffany Schmidt, Director of Planning and Building. I agree with Bree. The preference is to hold comment, but I certainly understand the board's concern regarding receiving the comment throughout the presentation. So if you want to do that, that's fine. We can accommodate it.
Okay, so I believe unless somebody's opposed, that we probably ought to take public comment at this point. So we deal with this subject, clear that, and then move on. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's going to be difficult if we get it to another couple hours into this before we come back. And I'm just guessing, I don't know. So at this point, unless there is any major objection.
Now, John, I was just going to leave it to you since you're the chair, but I think that's a good call. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I think.
Yes. Before you do so, I think that your agenda contemplated a short break here at 10 o'clock. So perhaps you want to take that break before you get to public comment.
I didn't realize we were there already. So, okay, so we will take our appointed 20-minute break. Thank you for that, David. I lost track of the time. It's moving quickly. So we will take our 20-minute break and we will be back. Since it's currently at 10:05, we'll be back at 10:25 as opposed to 10:20. So 10:25, please, everybody back.
And then we'll do public comment then.
We'll do public comment after that. Yes. Thank you. All right, looks like we got everybody back. Kim, are we missing anyone? Sue, are you there? Okay, all right. I think we have anybody. So thank you for the break. I think that is obviously helpful for all of us. But at this point, I do want to make a mention that there was a comment made relative to trying to align the planning commissioners in particular, but also the supervisors by district. So what I asked Kim to do is to go through and notate behind your name what district you represent. So hopefully when you speak and stuff, it'll come up with the full screen. The audience will then know what district the planning commissioners are representing and then the alignment with the supervisor. So hopefully from an introduction alignment perspective, that will help everybody understand who the appointees are to the planning commission from each of the supervisors. So with that, Kim, I think we're ready to go. Is that correct?
Yes, we're ready to go.
Okay, so Julie, right. So Julie, I understand that you're going to take the public comment. So I think if we can open it up for public comment, then we'll start taking public comment on the first presentation that Bree made.
Now taking public comment on item number 1, presentation 1. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Individuals representing an organization may request up to 5 minutes. It is at the discretion of the chair to allow for the additional time. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press star 9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you are joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Kay Payne.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Excellent discussion. To Bree's, Brianne's points, the key to the success, and let me say that I did listen to the joint meeting that you had, I believe, last year, which was also an excellent meeting. It's kind of like you're picking up from where you left off. Now you have new commissioners. But to the point of relationships, the elements that I identify with are you, the Board of Supervisors, the planning commissioners, planning staff, the public, and then the applicant, which will change based on project. So those elements then have to be, they're very fluid, but they have to be at the end synchronized and consistent for the actions that are taken. So those elements are all equally important at different degrees. And so I believe Supervisor Heidel, your point of trying to be distinct as to what the expectations are, you and the board are the essence of getting what I'll call good government. And with that idea of having that work, I believe the amount of time taken, which I believe is Commissioner Williams's point, that it takes in order to be able to be knowledgeable about any item that might come before the Planning Commission is a critical item of success. Here's the way I see it working. Staff has to do a very thorough job in analyzing and providing certain information in a summarization of an applicant, so an applicant's request for an action before the Planning Commission. At the same time, staff then works with the planning commissioners in order to be able to be successful. It's not just responding to the individual request, it's also analyzing the overall request, the other commissioners or the project itself. That's critically important, that then the commissioners would leave, or at least in terms of them being part of the discussion, that they feel comfortable then as they go in and make a decision. The public is waiting to see what is happening in terms of the information that is going forward, and that information has to be as thorough as it can. So in terms of what is the final outcome expected, I believe the public's looking for a well laid out, clearly articulated application and appropriate documentation so that the appropriate decision can be made. And then
Public comment is at 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm almost finished. I'm closing. So, but in the end, remember, even with what I've just said, it is fluid and you need to make adjustments as necessary. That's always going to be the case. So thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board, or good, pardon me. Good morning, board and commissioners. Couple of technical points. Number one, I'm going to request 5 minutes speaking for citizens for a new WTF ordinance.
Try to keep
also,
it in, please.
I will try my best. I will try my best. When Kim was speaking earlier, this is a technical point, shouldn't count. It sounded like she was, it was not understandable, at least over my phone, and I don't know who else is, but it sounds like she's talking into a rather long vibratory tube. I hope there's a techno fix for that. Item 2, the planning commissioners were not listed on the special agenda. And that's just kind of the no respect or Charlie Brown situation that the planning commissioners are put in. I thought through the years to volunteer as a planning commissioner, and then I saw and I knew from my past how often and how hard they work and how little they get reimbursed. And, you know, who knows what psychological damage that's causing, who knows? Just to put a little light on it. Okay, to the point. The spirit and the intent of CEQA is to allow for full public disclosure of all potentially significant environmental impacts of a project and identify feasible mitigation measures to reduce them to insignificance. The problems are numerous and significant. Sadly, CEQA and the government code hamstring the public as we are only given 30 or 60 days way at the backside of a project to get an inflammatory notice in the mail that there's a project coming our way next door, no matter what it is. Problem is, it's way too late for them to get thoroughly involved. Our commissioners are saying that they have trouble getting involved, and they get the initial distribution way back when, shortly after the project is deemed complete. The public should get notice at that time too. The Fifth Amendment demands due process prior to ruining your view with, let's say, a WTF poorly disguised as a tree. Yes, get info to the planning commissioners, indeed, but the same to the public, who should be widely noticed at the initial study and the consultation so that they are not so disadvantaged. They're paying for all of this ultimately, let's face it. It should be clear that if your planning commissioners are information starved, just imagine the average public person coming up to speed in 30 to 60 days. Better notice and early notice is the key. Thankfully, we have a new PC members, and it sounds like she's pretty well prepared for her baptism by fire coming down the pike. Considering the time that you guys put into this, you planning commissioners should be reimbursed a whole lot better. Maybe you should peacefully demonstrate and demand that, since that's so common these days. In the past, planning commission meetings were pretty brutal for the public who might have dared to speak against a project. I recall Mrs. Gerwer was very famous for belittling people who spoke at hearings. Her and other planning commissioners, not current crowd, went so far as to be an advocate for projects. And that was and is totally unacceptable. saying you think it's a great project or a good project or a mediocre project or whatever is one thing. Advocating for it is quite another. I hope to never see that again. That was happening fairly recently, no names. And again, the special meeting agenda does not list or recognize the Port Planning Commission members. Again, it makes me feel like Charlie Brown, you know? And so, yeah, I guess I'm glad I didn't become a planning commissioner. Good luck on your endeavors, and the role of the planning commission is very clear under law, and hopefully, and I would love to review that document that is being used now for that. I recall we started something along those lines many, many years ago back in the 90s, and it kind of got suppressed. So let's not have that happen at this time.
Public
and move
comment
on
is at
towards
5 minutes.
Thank you. Full public disclosure. Thank you so much. And I look forward to presentation number 2.
Thank you, Ken.
There is no additional public comment at this time.
All right, thank you, Julie. So back to the board and the commission. Does staff want to make any comments relative to the public input? I suspect not, because I don't think we had a lot of questions, but I'll just give the staff an opportunity to respond to any they may choose to.
Supervisor Heidel, this is Julie Saylor, Clerk of the Planning Commission. Just so that everyone is aware, the Planning Commission also posted a special meeting agenda for today that they would be meeting with the Board of Supervisors.
Correct. Thank you, Julie, for the clarification. So that's the way the agenda for the Planning Commission was posted separate from the Board of Supervisors agenda. So thank you. Seeing no additional staff response, Rob, I'm assuming we go back to you for the second presentation. Is that the right handoff?
That's correct. Rob Peters, Deputy Director. So I'll be doing the next one. Just bear with me here while I screen share. Oops. All right, hopefully you can all see my presentation full screen. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's cut off at the bottom a little bit. It looks like it needs to be moved up or something, but maybe that's just my screen.
Is that any better?
No, it didn't move. It's just the bottom of the slide we can't see. We see a top with some margin, but.
We'll try one more time here. Let's see. Is that any better? I'm working off of a laptop, so hopefully that.
Yeah, we can see the full slide. If
okay.
Yes, we can see.
I'll go with this one then. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. So here to give you a quick overview of the Planning Division's application processing and procedures. We thought this might be a good segue into the CEQA because we're kind of branching the roles and responsibilities to what the actual staff's process looks like, and then going forward into the CEQA discussion. So the first slide here is to identify the 2 different main project types that we see as staff here in the Planning Division. The first being ministerial projects. Now, generally, these do not come to a hearing body unless appealed after a decision. However, you can see there we have SB 35, which is sort of our new ministerial project that will be brought forward to a Planning Commission hearing as directed by the board. So I did add that in there, but generally ministerial projects are you check the boxes, you move forward type of project. They're based on objective standards, and there's not a lot of or no discretion related to the project. The second set of projects are the discretionary projects. These, of course, and as Bree identified earlier, are the projects that the Planning Commission and or the board would see coming forward. I've listed a few projects there: conditional use permits, design reviews. I think Bree did a good job of going over those earlier. What's not there is also the Subdivision Map Act projects like tentative maps, parcel maps, and what have you. And I added on there that these can be both under our planning fees currently can be either a flat fee project or a time and materials project, where staff is billing their time against the project. So the discretionary project processing, so I've outlined sort of the high level milestones or processing steps. These steps are intended to be in accordance with both the Government Code Section 65920, which is the Permit Streamlining Act, the CEQA Public Resources Code 2100 et al., and the Subdivision Map Act, which is Government Code Section 66410. But all of the steps are intended to guide us through the process in consistency with those rules and government codes relating to land use approvals. The first is application submittal. So this is done by appointment generally. Historically, they've been done at the counter. COVID has changed some of that, and we've had to be fluid on how we take in applications. It's also prompted us to really look at if there's some other opportunities to do it maybe electronically. We've done it by mail. At one point during the last year, our office was actually closed. So we came up with some new procedures on how to continue to take discretionary applications and continue doing the discretionary work. The application is submitted by the planning staff or to the planning staff, and the submittal includes the application fees, the mandatory submittal checklist items. So those are on each of our applications. There's a checklist that says all the things that you need for us to proceed with your project. And so we check that each one of those is submitted, and then an agreement for payment fee if you are doing a time and materials project. That is where the applicant or financial responsible party is saying that they agree to pay the processing fees for the county's time. So the next step is the completeness review. That's been mentioned today, and it will come up more and more. The 30-day complete application review. So this is one of two things happens here. If we have a complete application right off the bat, then we do a determination of a complete application and we go moving on down through the processing. If we do not, we submit an incomplete letter and we identify specifically those missing items. Now, let's see here. We have the checklist items can be many. They can include site plans, maps, applicable studies, narratives, all kinds of different things. But basically, this is the time at which we can say, we have all the information to move forward and distribute this project and get information from outside agencies. It does, if there's an incomplete application determination, it does stop the clock pursuant to the Permit Streamlining Act. But if not, and it's deemed complete, the project does move forward. This has a really critical spot, both within our zoning ordinance related to at what the rules that your project is required to adhere to. So if your project was deemed, as an example, complete prior to the adoption of our 2015 zoning code, then the zoning code for that project would be the previous one. Under the Subdivision Map Act, for tentative maps and parcel maps, especially vesting maps, this deemed complete is the sort of the threshold for what your project would be subject to related to those Map Act projects. So the next step is the early initial consultation technical advisory committee. Now, at this point, I do want to, there's a lot of CEQA steps that go along with this, and I'm kind of glossing over those and not necessarily diving in because we're going to spend so much time for CEQA. But things like AB 52, which is our tribal consultation, a lot of these things are happening along with this processing. But I just wanted to say that I'm kind of focused on, you know, the actual processing of the application, and we'll dive into the CEQA requirements in the following presentation. But generally, this initial consultation is that the application has been deemed complete, and we're, as staff, going to forward that application to affected agencies, which includes local, state, federal agencies, other county departments, as well as divisions within our own department, to try to get feedback, to try to get, you know, I like to call it a red flag review, but so you can identify whether there's going to be any major issues that could stop a project, or that there are preliminary issues that need to be addressed before moving forward. Generally, we route this project for a 30-day review to all of these agencies and divisions. And then once we've gotten that, and then we set an agenda to say that we're going to have a technical advisory committee or TAC meeting. That discussion happens at the end of the 30 days, and it provides an opportunity for both the applicant and those affected agencies to have a discussion about their requirements potential conditions of approval that might be required of them. Again, any red flags that may, need them to do a project modification or a major revision to their project. And we also do a CEQA determination based on the information provided if we're at the point at which we can move forward, and kind of give the applicant an idea of what that, at least from the initial glance, what we think is going to happen related to CEQA. And then we try to overview the next steps at that technical advisory committee meeting, saying, okay, here's what it looks like, the process of your project moving forward, getting towards hearing. So the next step is, of course, the CEQA compliance part of it. So once we, at the point of after the TAC meeting or at the TAC meeting, we can determine a lot of times whether the project is going to be exempt or whether initial study is going to have to be prepared. And based on the preparation of that initial study, that will lead to whether we prepare a negative declaration or a mitigated negative declaration for the project as staff, or we prepare an appropriate EIR. Now, there's a lot of nuance here, and sometimes folks know they're going to do an EIR, right off the bat. And so, but this is kind of the standard sort of as we go through the process, but there can be a lot of difference in how all of these things are done. We try to keep it consistent. But, like I said, as an example, some projects may be wanting to do an EIR knowing right when they submit. So they could, be wanting to move down quite a bit earlier. Some may be finding out that, hey, under the initial study, actually there's significant impacts that can't be mitigated, and therefore an EIR is required. So that CEQA compliance determination happens there. One of the big keys that's not on this slide, of course, is that this is when the public notification requirements of CEQA are done. And so that is when we're out getting public comment and on our drafts, on our notice of preparations and that sort of thing. And we're going to go into that a lot more later, but that is all part of this CEQA compliance part of it. Until recently, the public notification for our CEQA compliance was dovetailed with our hearing notification. And that created some difficulties for staff and commissioners and board members related to having to take in all of the CEQA comments that might come in on a project at the same time as the advancement of the public hearing, and really not a lot of time between the end of the public comment period and the beginnings of the hearing. So we within the last 6 months have changed our process to kind of take the CEQA process and move it forward, and therefore try to close the CEQA up until the point at which we're prepared to make a recommendation, and then do the public noticing for the public hearing. And we think this is going to provide a lot of opportunity for staff to really look at the public comments, really see if additional things are needed in advance of going to a public hearing, and be able to do that or recirculate or do some of those things that might be necessary instead of having those discussions in the hearing body. So next slide on that is the hearing preparation steps. So this is a lot of these steps are done between staff and our administrative staff. Related to, the staff report is prepared because we have the CEQA compliance part of it or pretty well understood. All of the public hearing documents are submitted to our admin staff. So that includes the staff report, exhibits, CEQA documentation, all of that information that creates the basis for the public hearing. The notification and noticing radiuses are determined. Now, these are generally determined related to our zoning code and our subdivision ordinance. For particular projects, it identifies what public hearing body is going to be reviewing it, whether it be the zoning administrator, whether it be the planning commission, or vice versa. And so then based on that, we also have a public notification range based on project type. And so, we determine all of that at this point. And then the administrative staff actually creates the public noticing exhibits and does the pulls the APN data so that they can do the noticing and the mailing. And you'll see those on the Legistar items for our discretionary projects. You'll see a map that shows you all of the parcels that were notified, and then it identifies, roughly the distance. Our public noticing is conducted also in the newspaper. So that's where we send to the mainstream notification newspaper, and then direct mailings to those individuals identified on the radius, as well as anybody that's requested to be informed. We have some sheets within our discretionary applications, public noticing sheets, where if there's an interested party that maybe is outside of the normal radius or just wants to ensure that they're not going to be missed, we can put those in our application or our project folder, and we make sure that those people are included in our notification. And then essentially the public hearing notifications will go out and all the documents will be uploaded to Legistar, including agendas and whatnot. So then we conduct the public hearing. The project is reviewed at the public hearing. Currently we're utilizing Zoom. Of course, at some point we'll be back in the hearing room here at the Planning Commission. If any of you have listened to the Planning Commission items or meetings recently, there's been discussion off and on about our project hearing rooms and when that'll be done. But we've done some advancements to our rooms to try to accommodate the new universe we're living in. And so, you know, at some point we'll be either back in the hearing room entirely or doing some sort of mix of the two. And so to be determined on that. But depending on the project type, again, and as identified in the zoning ordinance, the hearing body then has a couple of steps. One is they either decide on the project and the CEQA document. So this is our zoning administrator, our planning commission, and to some degree the board can be the direct approval authority over one of the projects. Or what happens a lot of times is that that hearing body makes a recommendation to the board to decide on the project and the CEQA document. And our most common path there is that the planning commission, for instance, on a rezone or a general plan amendment, would review the item first, and then they would make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors on both the project and the conditioning and the findings and what have you, and also on the CEQA determination and the CEQA document that's appropriate. So after that process, of course, for most of our discretionary application, there is a 10-day appeal period. This is for projects that are decided upon by both the director, the zoning administrator, and the planning commission. There's an appeal form that's available online, and there are fees within the planning division's fee ordinance related to submitting that appeal. The appeal has to be done within that 10-day appeal period, and also they're typically heard within 30 days of the end of that appeal period. So we try to calendar those appeals to the Board of Supervisors within 30 working days. The appeals are generally based on, you know, the specific requests that are identified within the appeal form. So it does ask that the applicant or the appellant identify what their issues related to the project are, so that the Board of Supervisors has an understanding of what that discussion might look like. And then again, just as a comment, and I think most of you know, but there's no appeal period for the Board of Supervisors decisions. So that being said, that was kind of my brief overview to set the processing and procedural stage. Again, I didn't go into the ministerial very deeply, but I'd be happy to answer any questions. And, you know, because oftentimes, like I said, you won't see those in your commission or Board of Supervisors hearing or meetings, but be happy to answer any questions you guys have at this time.
All right, very good. I see Cheryl has her hand up, and I think that's the sequence. So Cheryl, please.
I think she's
muted.
Sorry. I just wanted to clarify, are there occasions where the Planning Commission would take the lead agency role and make the final decision other than just making a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors?
Yeah, this is Rob Peters, Deputy Director. Absolutely. Conditional use permits would be an example. The conditional use permit, you would both create the conditions and the finding, you know, with staff's recommendation or with what happens at the hearing, but that you would be the final approval authority and CEQA determining body for that action. And then with the exception of if the appeal from someone came forward.
So Lori, you're next.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Rob. Back on slide 3, there's a reference to, and I know you're trying to do high level here, but I think this one kind of gets confusing. On the initial consultation, the Technical Advisory Committee, the TAC meetings. And you guys know I've been confused by them in the past. So I thought any clarification you could provide here as far as my understanding is the supervisors and the planning commissioner for the district will get a copy of the notice for the TAC. And it gives us the impression that we're supposed to participate, but I've been told we're clearly not supposed to participate. However, what if we have comments on that particular project? How do we get those to whom? I guess that would be the, you know what I mean?
Sure. And actually I had a note there and I breezed over it to kind of, because I know that's been a topic. Historically, we have routed those projects so that both the commissioners and the Board of Supervisors members are aware. I think that there's been, I don't know that there's anything, and Bree will probably correct me, but we've had this discussion recently, and I think she outlined it very well, but there's nothing to preclude you from participating. However, the level of your participation in those TAC can potentially affect your ability to participate in the hearings later, depending on the nature of your comments and the nature of your participation. So I think it's always been encouraged that we're really trying to make you aware that these are coming and that they're, by that time we have a complete application. So this thing's moving forward. But the intent is just to kind of, and we do that in our monthly meetings, but those have only sort of started historically recently. We didn't do that before. So this was the only time you might have heard about something moving forward in the process. But I think, yeah, it's intended to be between the applicant and the affected agencies. So you can have a real kind of deep discussion about the project and maybe, and a lot of times the project will change from there. So it's not what you're seeing in a hearing body or a more formalized application that got through sort of some of the issues that it may have had in the processing. So, that is the intent. And so I should have clarified that, but, and I don't know if Bree wants to add to that, but she's better at articulating that than I am.
Well, what if we do see one of these TAC notices, and this has happened to me, where I had some very, very serious concerns about aspects of the project. What are we supposed to, because I know what I did, but I want to know what do you want us to do with our concerns and questions? Where do you really properly want them to go?
Well, my initial reaction would be that they would be, comments and concerns that would be expressed during a hearing, either through the planning commissioner or that that has been appointed by you, or during the hearing at which. But maybe I don't know. Maybe Bree, you could help me with that one.
Bree Mobius, and to back up a little bit, I think as Rob noted, in planning's direction, and this has been consistent prior under Roger, but that supervisors and planning commissioners are not invited to attend the TAC. So it's not that, there's nothing in law that would preclude you, I guess, and I think that's what Rob was saying, but that you are not being invited to attend when you're receiving that. And there's the operational concerns that Rob was talking about, but there's also legal concerns that if you are attending and participating in and hearing things about a project really before it's ready to be presented to you. So for example, you might hear aspects of a project that are going to change, but in your, once you hear something, it's kind of hard to unhear it or hard to unring that bell. And so then when that project comes before you, your decision might be influenced by things you heard in the TAC that are no longer true or no longer accurate or have changed. And so then you're also, even if it doesn't change, let's say that thing that you hear that you don't like of the project stays, you kind of have some bias maybe against the project before it's being presented to you, and because you participate in the TAC. So we advise you not to attend the TAC, and that when the agenda is sent out, it's not an invitation to attend the TAC meeting. And I think as Rob pointed out, your feedback is critical, and the idea is that it comes before in a public hearing, and that's when that feedback would happen. And I know you also have regular meetings with planning as well, if you wanted additional information on something, but the time for you to truly voice your concerns to a project is in that public process.
Okay, and I'll just let you know, I find that very concerning because when a project comes across our desk like that, or computer, and we see something that has obvious impacts of some kind, and why wait until a project gets so far in the process when it gets to the board is so late when there's early obvious concerns? What should we do with those? Does that make sense to you? Because there's been a project in my district that I was able to raise some concerns that actually helped avoid a longer process for the applicant. So why would we not want to get concerns expressed early to help make the process go better? And I'm not saying we have to attend the meeting, but isn't there not an avenue for us to at least submit those during the TAC discussion, so they're at least discussed with the applicant? Because we're the ones that, generally speaking, should be familiar with our neighborhoods and our residents and what their concerns are. So, and so that it's addressed early on, instead of letting somebody get so far in the process and then having to back up and go by. It just seems like a big waste of their time and our resources not to address something early in the process. And that's why I've struggled with the TAC all along. So is there an avenue for us to just submit concerns?
Rhea, I think the question was to you.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't sure. I didn't want to jump in. I don't believe they're designed to be that way right now. I don't believe there's a way for the concerns, and bear in mind when you're submitting those concerns, if you're submitting, public comments, really those become part of the project record in that. I think that CEQA does have the public process where we are seeking comments from the public and the community as to impacts of the project or how those might be mitigated. And that might be a better avenue because the project's going to be more defined at that point, at least in the environmental document. But bearing in mind that your comments would then be part of the record. And so it still raises those, it's really that kind of prejudging a project, and that you are not supposed to prejudge or a project before it comes before you as a decision maker. That's where you're unique from the public. And that if you spent that time to really develop opinions ahead of that project coming for you, there could be a challenge that you were biased in favor or against the project and couldn't vote fairly on that project. So I think it's that tension between your role in the community that really got you elected and then put you in the position you're in, and your role now as a decision maker and having power over whether that project goes forward or not.
Okay, and it just seems like a waste of an applicant's time to get so far along into a process and then hear concerns later and then have to back up. And I was just, it seems like we'd want things earlier so that they don't waste their time and energy. And I just don't see how to improve that right now with the process that we have.
And I know you do have conversations sometimes with an applicant. So they might meet with you to preview the project with you and discuss that and seek that input from you. There is nothing to preclude you from having that as long as you disclose that later on. That you've met with the applicant, you've discussed the project, and that there's information the applicant provided you in that meeting that wasn't presented at the public meeting, then you need to disclose that information as well. But that, is one avenue to communicate that directly to the applicant and, express your concerns there.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Chairman Heidel?
George, you're next.
Well, I think, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I think the biggest issue is what I'm concerned about the public is they're not getting the information they need ahead of time, because a lot of those mailers and stuff that get sent out to especially these projects that are bringing up in front of the commission or the board. And that's where my concerns are. How long is it, when do you send a letter out? 2 weeks prior to this coming up in front of the planning commission? Is it a month prior? Can you give me a basis on that, Bree?
Yeah, and I think Rob might have the exact timeline. It depends on the project and what noticing is required. And that was one goal, I think, of the planning department in doing CEQA first and really getting the public engaged and closing out the CEQA process ahead of time of the project coming. But the agenda, generally goes out. Julie can jump in on the exact time of that, but then the noticing, Rob, what's the noticing time?
Yeah, this is Rob Peters. So generally we try to, the agenda and all the information for the hearing, like you're saying, I think is available 2 weeks in advance. One of the problems we had historically was that same amount of, that the public noticing for CEQA was sort of also done within the public noticing for the hearing. And so it was, that they would hear about it when it was already scheduled for a public notice, with the exception of EIRs, because they have public noticing required, which we'll go over later, that are far in advance of the public hearing. But for a lot of our projects that may have been a mitigated negative declaration or an ND, that they would be at the same time as the hearing. So we have tried to separate that in an effort to try to give the public greater advance notice of the projects. And so moving that CEQA notification, which oftentimes would reach those same folks in advance of the hearing notification, is an attempt to try to get them information on the project and the environmental concerns or and considerations in advance of it being scheduled for a hearing, and really give staff a better opportunity to work with the public on concerns that they have in advance of the hearing. So I hope that answers the question, but I think the agenda generally goes out for a public hearing 2 weeks in advance. The public notification requirements for CEQA, we're going to go into some detail on later, but it depends on the CEQA document.
Well, personally myself, I just don't think that's enough adequate time. 2 weeks is not enough, because that's where I've been hearing a lot of the complaints, because a lot of people, when they get their letters and stuff, you know, I mean, sometimes when you mail this out 4 or 5 days, you know what I mean? They don't really have enough time to go through it. So this is some of the complaints that I'm hearing from my constituents, you know, especially when these big developments or projects that are going in. And that's what their concerns are. I think you guys need to give it a little bit more time, a little more adequate time, 3 weeks or even a month prior to it, because they need to wrap around this project too, and do their investigation too. That doesn't give them enough adequate time, I feel.
Okay, so Sue, I think you're next.
Thank you, John. Yeah, you know, we did start a process recently to give applicants or pre-applicants the ability to come before the board and just do a pre-application review to get feedback from our board. And I think that has been really important. We've only had, one or two that have used that process yet, but I think that's really critical in getting that initial feedback before the application goes in. Gives us the ability to listen to what their ideas are, and it gives them the feedback, not just from the board, but from the public on what the initial issues are. And I think that kind of responds back to Lori's concerns, and even George, to yours about timely notification. If there's information getting out there before the project's even getting to application, but just kind of an overview, I think that's a really great point in time for a developer, whomever, to get that feedback. So, you know, I would just highly recommend that anybody talking about projects do that pre-application review to the board first, because I think the one time we did it, it was really helpful, and it does set the direction, helps to set the direction for future planning.
Okay, so I think James, looks like you're next.
Thank you, Chairman. James Williams, District 4. I also echo Lori's concerns. I know as a planning commissioner, for me, what can be frustrating both for the applicant and myself is when we're reviewing a project and we find that there's information missing or analysis that should have been done that maybe didn't get done. And the applicant, you know, feels understandably like the rules have essentially changed midstream. And from my perspective as a planning commissioner, you know, my concern may have been very early on, but maybe it wasn't raised by staff, or it wasn't raised by DOT or whoever the governing body who was in charge of raising that concern didn't raise it. And so then the applicant can feel like we're changing the rules on them midstream, when in actuality, we've identified a problem from the beginning, but it just wasn't brought up by whoever the deemed appropriate person was at the TAC meeting. For instance, you know, we had a project recently in Cameron Park that was discussing pre-application phasing, and some DOT concerns were brought up, and they were brought up at the TAC meeting phase. And it's a good thing that they were, because we were able to identify some improvements that were needed. And potentially we wouldn't have identified that before this project moved forward had we not had that that commenting. So I just wonder, the TAC time, can we, while we may not participate, is it appropriate to at least pass on some comments or suggestions to whatever staff member is in charge of that project to make sure and let the applicant know that we are raising these concerns early in the process? That I think would address mainly my concerns. And I think Lori's, as far as at least letting the applicant know we have these concerns early, and if they choose to not go down that route and investigate them, then that's kind of on them once it gets to the further phase. But then at least they don't feel like things.
Okay, so I'm not sure if somebody on staff, whether Rob or Tiffany or even Bree, want to comment on that.
So this is Rob Peters. So I want to make one clarification, which is we do receive comments from agencies that do not participate in the actual TAC meeting. We get those a lot. So, they will forward us an email or a letter related to their comments. Now that's different from whether or not the PC and board should comment. So but I wanted to make clear that, comments that are received by our staff members, it is not a requirement that agency participates in the TAC meeting, and generally most participate when they have an issue that needs to be discussed. But as far as whether or not to take comments, that's the discussion we're having. But whether we could take comments, we certainly could as staff at that point, as far as accepting a public or a project level comment from a board or commissioner member. But I guess we're having the discussion on whether or not to do that now.
Okay, so let's continue the discussion. Get back to it. So
Can I add in a few things?
Yes, Tiffany, please.
Yeah, so it's Tiffany Schmid, Director of Planning and Building. I wanted to add a little more context because I think a few of the points that have been brought up they hit on different points in the process. So, and we've made a lot of modifications over the last couple of years to enhance the level of access that both the Planning Commission, the board, and the public has. So, one of the things, and this is maybe more so for Supervisor Turnbull and Supervisor Thomas's benefit, but when we very first received those documents, we upload everything to our Trackit system. So that is something that the public has full access to, and all of those documents are available to the public, the board, and the Planning Commission as soon as staff receives them. And that's prior to even a project being deemed complete. All of those documents are available. And those, recognizing they can change over time as we go through the process that Rob described. Documents may be revised or enhanced. So wanted to make that clear. Another thing that we do, and the board gave direction to modify our ordinance, I think it was at the end of last year, where we have increased our public notification requirements. We also, certain projects require a public notification plan where the applicant has to do public workshops. We increased the minimum notification requirements to 1,000 feet. State law requires, I think it's around 300. And then our CEQA process in and of itself, as Rob talked about, we've separated that process out from the hearing process. So when a draft MND is available or draft EIR is available, there's a 30 to 45 day window of time that the public has to comment on that process prior to it even being notified for hearing. Hearing requirements are really only 72 hours. We do 2 weeks. I know it can always be more and we could always want more, but there's a balance to that as well. And there's consideration for the applicant in going through that process. So there's a third entity involved in that. Supervisor Novosel mentioned the pre-application process. That's available to our applicants. We also encourage applicants to do informational workshops to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission has seen a couple of those. Those get notified. Again, that's outside of the CEQA process, and that's outside of the hearing process. And then the public can also sign up for our notifications so that they can receive notice of a project anywhere in the county. Maybe if they're not within that 1,000-foot perimeter or a mile in some instances. In some instances, we give a 1-mile notification to our public for both CEQA and for the hearing. So I just, there are a lot of touch points for the public to get involved in the process, and I just wanted to make sure that that was understood. And I don't know if I added clarity or maybe confusion to that. Oh, and then the last thing I wanted to mention too, sorry, was that our meetings with the Planning Commission that we set up in the last couple of years, part of that intent was to hear some of those concerns, and so staff gains a feel of what might be a concern to the commission. We try to educate applicants on some of those concerns if they're not included in policy or an ordinance that wouldn't maybe be evaluated in the process. So we do hear those concerns, and where appropriate, we do pass those concerns along. So I just want to make sure that that's understood as well.
Thank you, Tiffany. I think that helped. So, Amanda, you're next up.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a couple of comments and a question. So with the pre-application discussion that can take place at the board or planning commission for applicants, for certain projects, does staff actually recommend that this applicant go through that process, or is that something that the applicant has to decide for themselves to do?
So this is Rob. I think I might be able to answer that one. We don't always know when somebody might come in with an application. Sometimes they've been formulating an application in advance of talking to us. However, oftentimes we will have inquiries with our staff related to what a project somebody might be considering, or hey, what would be the discretionary approvals or legislative approvals that would be required. And at that point, we would be, if it's a pretty sizable project, or we anticipate that it might be controversial, we would make that recommendation if appropriate. I mean, for a small project that was kind of, I guess, pretty standard, we might not, but we certainly notify them of the process, notify them they have the opportunity to bring it to both the Planning Commission and the board. And then, of course, you also have, for those highest level general plan amendments, a requirement through the J6 policy to do so. And I know that we've had some discussions about that recently, but yeah, we try to let them know of the process. We don't have a mandate related to pre-apps, with the exception of the general plan, the privately initiated general plan process, where they're going to increase density. But we certainly, if we feel like it would benefit them and it would benefit the community and staff to get some of those understandings worked out, we do make that recommendation.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Rob, for that just clarification. And then I'm not sure if this is the right venue to bring this up, but since we were kind of talking about public transparency and projects and getting notice and those kinds of things, I have signed up for the subscription notices for Legistar, so I get the updates that the public would get if there are attachments to agendas and things. And if I find that links aren't working, who do I talk to about that? If I click on the link and it's not sending me where I should be going, it's very complicated, some of these applications for the public to find what they're looking for. So who would I talk to get those updated or changed?
So you're saying, I'm sorry, this is Rob Peters again. You're saying that when you're getting those updates, that the links aren't necessarily correct?
Yeah, so I think if I want to see, and I'll have to go back through my emails and see exactly which ones I'm having trouble with, but it'll say oh, a new board agenda has come up on Legistar, and I'll click it and it'll take me to all of the agendas for all of the commissions. So it doesn't take me directly to the board agenda or a board list of the agendas, or for planning commission, it might, and I'll have to figure out exactly which emails I'm having those troubles with. But yeah, I found that I'm not seeing exactly what the link would say it would send me to. It's sending me to the everybody, all the different commissioners and agenda items that they see, or all the different agendas that they have. Does that make sense?
Commissioner Ross, I would say if you find one of those emails with a bad link, you can always start with me as a starting point to see where we can get that corrected.
Great, thank you so much, Julie. And then my last comment was related to, I know that last year, or at the end of last year, we talked about changing noticing, and we have larger notice radiuses for projects. I've seen other cities and communities who have a application like Track It have a large map online that's available for the public to look at that actually shows where projects are going in, and people can, go zoom into their neighborhoods and see like all the different projects that are currently on the map. I know that currently the El Dorado Hills Fire Department has something like that, where they actually show all of the projects that are going in El Dorado Hills. And I'm wondering if the board might want to talk about or consider having staff create something like that as a sort of transparency for projects, so that even if you aren't within that noticing realm, but it could affect you as someone in the public, you know what projects are going on in your community that you may have not gotten a mailing for. That was just one of the comments I wanted to make on that. That's all I have. Thank you.
That's a great idea, Amanda.
So Amanda, in that response, the board, if they choose, will typically have a monthly meeting with staff to review what are the things that are on the calendar that are coming before the Planning Commission, what are the projects that were just submitted. I hold those meetings, and so for District 1, which is my focus, I'm given awareness of what the projects are that are in queue and coming along. So I know that level of documentation exists and is updated on a regular basis. I don't believe at this point it's made public from the standpoint of posting on a website, but that might be, something for further discussion, whether it should or shouldn't be available to the public at the same time it's available to the Board of Supervisors or Planning Commissioners, if that's the same kind of tool you use.
Yes, Chair Heidel, I have had those meetings with staff, and they do discuss projects that are coming up in my district with me as a planning commissioner. But so my example would be, I know the city of San Luis Obispo has a really detailed map, and it actually shows like this project is under submittal, this project is under review by board, or it has a hearing, and then this project was approved. And it gives the public the ability to, figure out exactly what's available and documentation wise for these projects. And I think because the county has upgraded our system to be much more comprehensive and include all this information through a online or database that's available that way, I think it might be easier. I'm not sure. I don't know how Track It actually works, but it could be easy for them to, show that in a map form. But it could not be. I'm not familiar with that software, so I'm not sure. But I just thought it would be an interesting or good way for the public to be able to see projects coming up in their areas.
And I think Tiffany had a response to that. So.
Yeah, Tiffany Schmidt. That is a hopeful future application of Track It. At this point in time, it can't do that, but we would love to have that visual mapping of where those projects are. Absolutely.
And Tiffany, I want to just jump on there and say that TRPA does that in the Tahoe Basin, and it's really great. And if there's some way they have a dashboard that talks about that and kind of helps you along, there's some way we could get that working. I do think that's a great idea.
So this is Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. One thing I did want to add is we've gone through that exercise related to the VHR program. You can find an interactive VHR map on our website. We have had difficulties with the relationship with Track It and that interactive map and how the data gets transferred. So we're working on it, but I think we would also like to see a map like this. And I think it would also, I concur that it would help our citizens. So point taken.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, staff, for all your hard work.
Yep, thank you. So John, your turn.
Great, thank you, Chairman. I want to get back to the TAC meeting specifically, and that I can truly appreciate the concerns of staff. I know for me though, I think we all understand these projects are dynamic. Even when I have my monthly meetings and I have some questions, or when I contact a staff member, that's the planning staff member for a particular question. So forth, I understand that these things are static, and we commonly get updates on Legistar and so forth. I would at least like the opportunity to be able to just listen into the TAC meeting to give me a heads up on this. But again, I'm respectful and understanding of staff's concerns, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I held on to that information, not realizing that this is a dynamic process, and knowing we commonly get last minute updates or clarifications or changes and so forth. it behooves me to be prepared for the hearing, and getting the most updated information. So I just wanted to put that out there for consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Cheryl, to you.
Yeah, so I pretty much now just want to echo what a lot of people have said already, but I really want to thank Commissioner Ross, because my biggest problem when I get these information about projects coming up is that I have to look for the assessor parcel number, and then look for where it is on a map, and then look up the address. And I always want to just go straight to my Google Earth Pro and see where this is on a site. So if there's any way we can have that go far more smoothly, I am all for it. That's I applaud that a lot. And about the TAC comments, I've had the same sort of struggle with how to our commission has so much expertise. I'm just so impressed with all the comments that come up, especially in the area of traffic and transportation comments. So it would be remiss of us to not bring up a comment that we see may be a problem. It doesn't even mean that we have an opinion about the project, just that we need the information about a particular thing. I had one recently that I was just concerned about whether there would be line of sight if this thing happened, right? And so maybe better than how I handled it, but maybe a good way to handle it in the future would be to, instead of asking for the answers to the questions, just input to the TAC that you have questions about XYZ. I have questions about the line of sight, or the change in elevation, or the, can I please, if it's available, have the 1 foot survey attached to the information, so that by the time we're looking at it, they already know the level of detail and what it is we're concerned about. Maybe just asking the question through the staff member, and then not needing the answer until we get to the meeting. It's just a suggestion.
Very good. So any staff comments to either of the last two comments that we came in relative to TAC and other items?
I think just Tiffany Schmidt, just want to reiterate that we do take that information that we receive from the commissioners and the board members, and I hope in time that you'll see that we, projects have changed as they've come up to hearing, and a commissioner brings up an issue, and sometimes we request that the item be continued so that we can further evaluate something. So we do take that information and pass it along.
All right, very good. I'm James. I guess you have another follow-up here?
I just wanted to say yes, and I understand how it could look the way we're discussing this, like it's saying there's some deficiencies in planning, but no, I agree with Tiffany's comments. Staff has usually been very receptive, and absolutely the changes that Director Schmidt is making are definitely working, and we are moving in the right direction. So I definitely don't want to give the impression that staff isn't receptive to our requests or comments, because they absolutely are. And so that definitely, they are doing a good job with that.
John,
yeah, I didn't want to give that impression either. They definitely are responsive. I was just concerned about the idea that we were doing something not transparent. And so that was to bring the public in ahead of time, not anything about what the staff is doing, because they're great.
Okay, John Clarici, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so far my interactions with staff have been great, and I've gotten lots of information, and I've been around long enough that some of these projects I was around when they were new. And yes, transparency, I'm really, the interactive map kind of thing is, to me, because I try to, in my professional life, I put information out. And what I have discovered is that the interactive map, if the subject matter lends itself in that direction, is a great way to go. Because people spatially understand where they are, they know where they live, they know the streets, they say, oh, well, that's near me, and I can go and, however you plug into it and get the information. And transparency, yes, is very important. On the other hand, you can tie yourself up in knots, and I'm sure we all know this, with that person that walks in and says, I always think it was amusing when I do meetings, and I do them all over the place in all sorts of different communities. I didn't know about this meeting. And they are literally standing there talking to you about the meeting that they did not know anything about. And then you said, well, how did you find out? Well, I saw it in the paper. And you go, well, yeah, we put the ad in the paper. And they just like keep coming at you that they did not have enough notice. For some folks, and we know some of them, there will never be enough notice. There will never be enough transparency. There will never be enough of anything out there that we are likely to do. I have been impressed with some of the changes that have been made recently that were described to me by staff about what they are trying to do to increase that. But I would caution to make that a focus of something would not, well, you'll never get to the end of it because there will never be enough. It simply won't work. I, so far, in my limited time on this commission, have been impressed with the level of outreach and the level of information we're getting. And I feel like myself and Supervisor Thomas can have very rational and complete discussions with the information we're getting. And then, of course, just our own sort of resident knowledge of the area. We've both been around a while. I've been around much longer than she has. I just want to make a point of that. But, I've been good with it so far. And like I said, you can tie yourself up in knots with this. How much advance notice do you give? And because some of these projects go on forever, I think it was Commissioner Vania mentioned that these things change. The projects literally change, and it's like whack-a-mole after a while. Anyway, I'm good with everything. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm not seeing any other comments. So I want to go back and reflect a little bit on one of the things that Rob talked about versus ministerial versus discretionary projects. And just note that recently, in the vein of continuous improvement, I went out and looked at Sacramento County's zoning map that defines how the review process is done. And I just wanted to point out some of the distinctions that they actually put in their mapping that might be helpful. For instance, relative to a use permit, a conditional use permit, they have a code that says conditional use permit by the zoning administrator. They have a separate code that talks about conditional use permit by the planning commission. And then there's a third category called conditional use permit by the board of supervisors. So now you're distinguishing within that zoning table who has the authority to approve. And if it's the zoning administrator, which we haven't talked about, my presumption is that's completely ministerial. But maybe I'm wrong, because that's the other element of this that the planning department takes on, that zoning administrator role. And that's a rotating role in terms of who on staff does it that we really haven't talked about. But that's another dimension of this between how we review projects, whether it's the planning commission, the zoning administrator, and for conditional use permits is what we're talking about, or whether it's a board of supervisors. So my thought is we ought to give review to the way Sacramento County is identifying those things from the standpoint of clarification and helping the public know on any given kind of project in any given category who it is that's looking at and approving that conditional use permit. So I'll just offer that as a continuous improvement suggestion. So with that, let's bring it back to staff. Any final thoughts or comments from staff? Okay. Seeing none, then I think it's appropriate to open this up to the public at this point. So Julie, would you please make the announcements and open it up to the public?
Now taking public comment on item number 1, presentation 2. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Individuals representing an organization may request up to 5 minutes. It is at the discretion of the chair to allow for the additional time. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press star 9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you are joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from 390.
This is Ken Greenwood from District 2, requesting 5 minutes. Hopefully won't take it because a lot was answered from before. thank you very much. That was a very good presentation on how stuff works. And that's the idea of this whole meeting, and that's really, really good. 1,000 feet of notice is inadequate. On the Oak Ridge High School project, 1,000 feet is going to put it onto an adjacent open space property. Going the other direction, it's a school. Going the other direction, it's more open space. Going the other direction, it's the rec center. So 1,000 yards, and particularly for WTFs, they have a 1 mile radius, if you will, for their useful area, and therefore the people who are going to gain from it, or maybe won't like it, or will need it because they're trying to track it and pull up all this information off Budgestar, and they need all these Google Bytes and stuff like that. So yeah, we need more towers. That's not the issue. But we need people to be involved in the public hearing process with better notice. Anybody go to Folsom lately? They had dirigibles up south of Highway 50, didn't they? I saw them, bright orange. That would be great for wireless WTFs. You'd know how high they were. You'd be able to see exactly where they're going to be located. I know I've mentioned dirigibles for many, many years now, and I honestly think it's a great idea for these WTFs. Anyway, the TAC meetings are very, very valuable. I remember when we initiated those in the 90s. A great step ahead, but the public needs to be involved at that point, because you are going to get as high a level comments that you get from your technical advisory committee from the public. They're going to be worded a little different, but they are game changers. And like you said, these projects are dynamic and they're changing. And no, it's not like a whack-a-mole, because if you are listening carefully, you will hear what people say. And if you allow them to get involved at a less stressful point of time, that is well in advance, then you're probably going to get better information. And, you know, the more eyes you have on a project, early on, it saves a lot of blood and gore later on at the hearing process, and everybody gets really, really involved and committed to their project, and lots of money and time. Whereas before, if they would have had the opportunity to have the early input, things would have been done back then, and you didn't have a big cost. So early consultation. Again, 1,000 feet. I'm sorry, that just doesn't work. On 10-acre parcels, that's one parcel maybe. 1 mile. Amanda, yes. If we could just open these things up easily, and a hopeful future feature of Track It. Track It is user hostile, at least last time I got on it. It just was incomprehensible. Or incomprehensive. Notes. Cheryl, you mentioned Google Earth Pro. Yes, very good idea, or something like it. We have something like that that's available to the public. It outlines the supervisor's district boundaries. That can be taken to a project level, and there's I can't remember the name of the program, but you can do all kinds of overlays: water lines, sewer lines, roadways, this, that, and the other thing, publicly owned, publicly maintained, privately maintained, etc. Finally, the zoning administrator. Nope, John, Chairman Hadal, that is a full-on neighborhood-changing hearing body. You can do, as I recall, parcel maps there, which can really, really change a neighborhood. And so they are, the zoning administrator is in fact another hearing body that gets smaller projects than, say, the Planning Commission. But if you get a 4-acre or 4 parcel map put in next to you, or on your road, or this or that, that's significant. So
Public
yes, the
comment is at
zoning
5 minutes.
administrator. Thank you. But I see some good things happening here, and I really, really appreciate it. And thank goodness, thank God. So, and it is our Fifth Amendment right to be involved in these processes. Period. End of story. Constitution guarantees it. We got to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Kay Payne.
Board, related to this next segment, I believe that it's important for you to functionally be able to operate. So what I mean by that is Supervisor Parlin talked about interjecting her office's comments earlier than maybe is appropriately done today. Realizing it's not necessarily county council, their call from a statutory or legal perspective, certainly, but sometimes functionally things can work, but you need to create a way for it to happen. So I enjoyed that part of the discussion. I also enjoyed the commissioner's perspective on how they work with staff and some of the questions that they have related to information that they're trying to gather in anticipation of taking some action. And I think that shows the hardship, and it's up to all of you to decide how each of those, take them individually, how each of those hardships can be modified in order to get the most beneficial outcome for everybody, both Board of Supervisors, planning commissioners, staff, public, and the applicant. Never to forget the applicant. And one of the things we hear, and it continues to be expressed, is how difficult it may be to work in El Dorado County. Well, today's meeting, joint meeting, is to try to help that situation and improve on it. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Chris.
There is no additional public comment.
Okay, so back to the board, the commissioners and staff for any final thoughts on this before we go to the third presentation.
This is Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. If I could just address a couple things real quick. One is there is a interactive GIS map that's called GotNet, and I think that is what was being referred to. It is maintained by the surveyor's office, and so it has a lot of the GIS layers and data. It does not have the project. So I think that is maybe what the discussion was, but I just wanted to, for all of those listening, that it is called GotNet. And with regard to the zoning administrator, those are discretionary applications that are being reviewed. The updated zoning ordinance, which we addressed in the major amendments, identifies that the director has the ability to assign, for instance, a conditional use permit to either the zoning administrator or the planning commission. That's oftentimes based on all of that preliminary up to the initial consultation and the TAC, because we're looking at, is this a complex or not project, and does it have, does it look like it's going to be a very controversial project or not? And so that is one of the distinctions made, and it gives the director the authority to make that decision. Now, I will say, if we get to a zoning administrator hearing and there's a room full of people, we don't generally try to, and it's become controversial, we will refer those to the planning commission so that you have a larger body that can review that item. And so it's not a staff member making that call. But for a two-lot split that's noticed to the neighbors, a lot of times we don't hear anything. And so it's really for the more routine applications. And, if something starts going sideways, or, the director has that ability to sort of, refer that, or the zoning administrator has that ability to refer that to the planning commission, so that we have a body of 5 reviewing it, and representation from the planning commissioners. Thank you. That was all.
Thank you, Rob, for the clarification. Appreciate it. Okay, not seeing any other comments or questions from any of our commissioners or board members at this point. Rob, I'm presuming you want to introduce the third presentation?
Sure thing, yeah. So we'll go ahead and start with item 1, presentation 3, I think is how we're referring to it now. And so this will be a CEQA workshop and overview. I'd like to welcome Gary Jacobs and Chris Mundhenk. Excuse me, I probably pronounced your name inappropriately, but that will be providing this workshop on behalf of Ascent Environmental. And with that, I will hand it over to those gentlemen.
Hey, well, good morning. Good late morning. This is Gary Jacobs with Ascent. And you have Chris Mundhenk too on the line. I am the CEO of the company and have 40 years of experience practicing CEQA. And Chris has 20 some odd years, and he's also a principal with Ascent. So we've been working on CEQA for a long time. One of my illustrious projects was the general plan EIR for El Dorado County back in 2003. Before I started on that, I had a full head of hair, and you see what it did to me. So there we go. Chris, are you going to put the presentation up?
Yes. Here we go. Hopefully everyone can see that.
Yep. Okay. Fine. Good. And you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. All right. Well, thanks for inviting us to do this. As you guys have been talking about this morning, CEQA is central to so much of your land use and planning decision-making, as well as infrastructure planning. So we're going to take a deeper dive. Chris, next slide. And Chris and I are going to trade off. We're going to talk about the background of CEQA, preliminary environmental review, consideration of environmental effects under CEQA, significance thresholds, things like that. The types of environmental documents that may ever come before you. Streamlining, how to streamline CEQA, it's something we believe very strongly in. Important analysis considerations, and then some county interests of county issues of interest. Chris, if you can go to the next slide and skip to the next one. So what is CEQA? It's an environmental compliance law, evaluation law. It was passed right after the National Environmental Policy Act in 1970. It was signed into law by then Governor Ronald Reagan. It introduced the concept of environmental assessment to the state and also to local planning. At first, it didn't start out as a local planning tool. But as we will talk about in a moment, some court decisions certainly made it that way. The cornerstone of CEQA, this is a quote from a well-known CEQA case. The foremost principle under CEQA is that the legislature intended the act to be interpreted in such a manner as to afford the fullest possible protection to the environment within the reasonable scope of the statutory language. So that's a very important concept in CEQA, and it goes to the foundation of what you as planning commissioners and board members must think of when projects come before you. Next slide. So CEQA is a process. It's not a permit, and by process, it means that once you finish an environmental document, and certify its adequacy or approve its adequacy, that doesn't mean that you're ready to move forward on the project yet. It just means that you've evaluated it properly. The approval process has to follow that. The objectives of CEQA are to disclose significant environmental effects of project activities. So what are the environmental effects? Identify ways to avoid or reduce them, and requires feasible alternatives or mitigation measures to avoid those. It is mandated that you reduce the significant effects of a project when it is feasible to do so. And that word feasibility is a bit loaded, but that is a requirement under CEQA. We'll talk about what feasibility means when we get to that. It fosters interagency coordination in review of projects. So it's not just the lead agency, but it's all the agencies that might be involved in different aspects of the project. And it's intended to enhance the public participation process in planning projects. I often call CEQA the last bastion of 100% participatory democracy, because people have the opportunity to express themselves on whether or not they want a project to move forward or not, and why. But CEQA neither approves nor denies a project. Next slide, Chris. What does it authorize? It authorizes agencies to require changes to a project. So to mitigate the project, change the design of it, or add a feature to it that would reduce its environmental effects. It allows you to disapprove a project if it authorizes you to avoid significant effects. You don't have to approve a project that comes before you. If a project has significant and unavoidable effects, people have often thought that means you cannot move forward with a project, but that is not true. It does authorize you to approve a project, even if it has those significant unavoidable effects, if you can make the finding that the project's benefits outweigh those significant environmental effects. That's called a statement of overriding considerations, and I'm sure you're familiar with them. It authorizes you to comment on CEQA documents prepared by other agencies and impose fees from project applicants for CEQA implementation to pay for the cost of actually preparing the documentation. Next slide, Chris. So, we've got a CEQA Bible. That's what we call it. That's this. Changes every single year. CEQA is defined by statute and by guidelines. Each year, the statute changes by legislative action. Usually the changes are fairly minor, but sometimes they are not. Sometimes they're significant. And then the guidelines. So CEQA also has guidelines that implement the statute. It is a thick document to read through. The guidelines are changed less frequently than statute. They're supposed to be changed every 2 years, but that really does not happen. They're changed on a less frequent basis, and sometimes the changes are substantial, really require us to take a different way of looking at something. The guidelines bring in interpretations of the statute, and those interpretations are both in practice and they're interpretations that come through the courts. So what about courts? There are, as you know, 3 levels of jurisprudence in the courts that review CEQA documents. There is a superior court. If a document is challenged in superior court and the court finds that it is inadequate, then that case applies only to the project at hand. If that decision is appealed and the Court of Appeals decides that the CEQA document is or is not adequate, sometimes they publish those decisions, especially if they're groundbreaking decisions. And those decisions apply within the district that the Court of Appeals covers, but it also, by practice, generally applies statewide. Not always. Sometimes there's conflicting appellate decisions. And then the Supreme Court. Usually when there are conflicting appellate decisions, that's when the Supreme Court tends to weigh in or on very important issues. And any decision they make on CEQA is, statewide. It applies statewide. And then there's the Office of Planning and Research. They produce technical advisories. Usually they're not well known, but in the last couple of years, they produced one technical advisory on implementation of the change to CEQA that requires us to look at vehicle miles traveled as a significance issue. So sometimes these technical advisories are important and significant. Next slide. Okay, there are several key terms. I'm not going to go through them all, but you will hear them during the presentation today. So a project is a discretionary action that causes significant effects. Categorical exemptions are categories of projects that are actually identified in the guidelines that generally do not have significant effects, but as you'll find, there are some limitations to that. You're all familiar with initial studies. They're the initial document that we prepare that outlines whether or not a project will have significant effects. Negative declarations and mitigated negative declarations, these are documents that are prepared for projects that could have a significant effect, but either through mitigation or otherwise would not have an effect. And so those documents are prepared. Environmental impact report, those are the documents that get the most publicity. Those are prepared when there are significant effects from a project. And then lead agency, generally that is you. The county is generally the lead agency on projects that go before it. And then I'll talk about responsible and trustee agencies in the next 2 slides. So Chris, if you can go to the next one. So lead agency is the agency that's responsible for the primary decision on the project, approval of an overall project, even if there are other agencies that may have a role in approving aspects of that project down the road. The lead agency determines what kind of environmental document is prepared. The responsible agencies use that document. If you can go to the next slide, Chris. So if the county is a lead agency, who is a responsible agency? Those are agencies that have a role in approving different aspects of the project. So water supply, the El Dorado Irrigation District might be a responsible agency on a project. Biological resources, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife may be a responsible agency in issuing a permit on a wetland issue on a project. One thing to caution is federal agencies are not responsible agencies under CEQA. They may use a CEQA document in their approvals of different aspects that might come before them. So an example would be a wetland permit that goes to the Army Corps of Engineers. They're not considered a responsible agency under CEQA, but they might use that document to inform their decision under the National Environmental Policy Act, and that happens frequently. Typically, a responsible agency will just take the lead agency's EIR or negative declaration, and they will use that and adopt it to make their decision on their narrow aspect of the project. They're not required to. They can prepare their own environmental document too if they feel like the lead agency's environmental document is not adequate. But that's what the CEQA process is for, is try to get comments from these agencies and perfect, not make it perfect, but bring into conformance the environmental document so that it actually reflects what these responsible agencies expect to see and what they want to see. And then there's a third agency. So we have lead agencies, we have responsible agencies, and finally we have trustee agencies. These are agencies that hold in trust natural resources in the state of California. The one that you most commonly deal with is California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Now I know I said they're a responsible agency. That's when there's a permit to be had, but they're also a trustee agency in that even if there's not a permit, they still may comment on an environmental issue that is of interest to them. State Lands Commission, California State Parks, and the University of California are also California state agencies that hold in trust the resources of the state of California. Key points in timing for CEQA. So when do you actually start the CEQA process? This has been a really great discussion that you guys have had earlier, and it's fascinating to hear how you as decision makers have wanted to input into the different parts of the CEQA process. We don't hear that too much, that the actual decision makers do, and obviously you have limitations. But from our perspective, first and foremost, CEQA has to be completed prior to project approval. I know that sounds obvious, but there's case law out there that some parts of project approval have gone forward before CEQA was completed, so there is that admonition. Start as early as feasible in the planning process. We think that it's really important that project applicants, that counties, that anybody leading a project starts to incorporate environmental information into their planning as early as possible, but late enough that they're not also wasting their money. So having a good concept of what kind of project they want to move forward with is a good time to start bringing in environmental review. But a blank slate is not always the best time to bring in environmental review. It depends on on the project, obviously. So here's this admonition: CEQA compliance should be completed prior to the irreversible commitment of funds toward approval of a public project. So what does that mean? Generally, it means that you shouldn't acquire a site prior to CEQA approval, or you shouldn't acquire a site that you can't sell. I know this sounds a little bit mushy, and it is a little bit mushy, but there are points in the CEQA process where there is an irretrievable commitment of public funds. One is in design of a project. We'll often hear on a wastewater project or on a road widening project, how far can we go in design of that project before the CEQA document is completed? And we'll often advise 30% or something like that, far enough along that we know what the project is, but not so far along that you've essentially committed all the funds that it takes to design the project, so that when it comes in front of you, you're not already prejudiced to approve it because you've expended so much on the design of the project. Again, there's not a black or white answer to this. We work within the gray zone, but we do try to advise, and your staff advises on when you've crossed that line. And there's this last bullet point that goes to this. You can't get to a point where you're irreversibly committing funds in a way that essentially approves a project before you've evaluated it. Now we're going to go to the next slide, and Chris, you're going to take over from here for the next segment.
Yep. All right. So hello, my name is Chris Montank at Ascent Environmental. Next up, we're going to get into preliminary review, which is kind of the beginning of the CEQA process, and really sort of figuring out whether or not you have a project, making that initial determination as to what sort of document you're going to do. And this is an informal process within CEQA, but it's actually kind of parallel to the county's initial consultation process that it undergoes.
And Chris, I'm just going to ask the question before we get into this, because I was looking at the agenda. I know that you've got breaks built into the day, so I just want to make sure that you feel Mr. Chair, that you've got an opportunity just to break in and tell us when you want to take your breaks. Chris?
Okay.
The next break we're going to take is at 12:30 for a lunch break. So you guys are good all the way up to 12:30.
Sounds great. So with preliminary review, this again is kind of the responsibility of the lead agency. This is generally a fairly quick and informal step, but it's an initial cut at what we think the project is. If it is a project under CEQA, is it potentially exempt under CEQA? There are a series of different exemptions, which I'll go into a little bit later in the presentation. And then if it does qualify for a potential exemption, what possible exemption could it be? In the case of categorical exemptions, there are over 30 classes of them. Statutory exemptions, there are, I think, about 16 to 20 of them, but there are also some other exemptions, including a common sense exemption from CEQA. But you also need to, as part of this preliminary review process, identify how the project fits under whichever initial idea of an environmental document you have found. And then you would ultimately file the notice of exemption. So this is, it seems like a rather complicated flow chart, but it's actually a pretty easy breakdown of whether or not what you would do during preliminary review. So first, is it an activity with no possibility of significant impact? This is a reference to the common sense objection that's allowed under CEQA. It's actually section 15061 of the CEQA guidelines. So other than being in that one section, it's not really enumerated elsewhere within categorical exemptions or statutory exemptions, but it's just sort of a common sense thing that's built into the guidelines. If it may have a possibility of an effect, then you might move down to say, well, does this actually meet the definition of a project under CEQA? Does the lead agency have discretion? Is this a ministerial action where we're just having to follow a process and don't really have any choice to make here? Then is the project potentially described in a statutory exemption? These are specific types of projects that are laid out through the legislature that are deemed to be exempt from needing to prepare CEQA documents. One of the ones that probably gets used the most common here is an emergency exemption, which is basically in the case of there was a landslide actually that we dealt with in San Luis Obispo County that caused the evacuation of a structure. So the shoring up of the hillside and the treatment of the hillside to make sure that the landslide hazard was dealt with was deemed an emergency project under CEQA. There were some biological concerns that they dealt with outside of the context of CEQA, but that can fall, that's an example of what can fall under a statutory exemption. If it doesn't qualify for statutory exemption, then you move down to the categorical exemptions, and we'll go over some of the various ways that projects can qualify for that. Then you'd look at, are there any other CEQA documents that were prepared in the area for the project? This might include the general plan, but it could be a specific plan or potentially a community plan EIR that might have already addressed the impacts of the project. If the answer to all your questions is no, at that point, you'll go forward and prepare an initial study, which is that a little bit more detailed, but first blush analysis at the different CEQA issue areas, going through air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, and saying, well, do we have a potential based on the size and the components of the project as we understand them right now? And if the answer to that is, well, we might have a significant impact, then you're going to be preparing an EIR. If you think, nope, we're probably not going to trip any of the county's thresholds that we normally use, then you'd move forward with a neg deck or a mitigated neg deck. So getting into a little bit more detail, and I've already kind of covered this a little bit, and I think Rob also covered this in his presentation. What is the project? So the project is the whole of an action which has a potential for resulting in either direct physical change in the environment or a reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment. But again, CEQA is specific about it does not apply to ministerial actions where you do not have a choice. You do not have a decision as the approving entity. Then you are not subject to CEQA for that particular project or for that particular activity. Some examples of these, and this is written into the guidelines. So activities that are undertaken directly by the public agency. This could include public works constructions. I know the county does a lot of road improvements for which it provides various CEQA documents. There are some bridge replacements, some road replacements, some road expansions, activities supported through public agency contracts, grants, subsidies, loans, or other assistance. Also, any activities involving issuance of a lease, permit, license, certificate, or other entitlement. One good example of this is where a public agency, at Ascent, we work a lot with the University of California. When they would lease some of their land to a private developer, that lease actually is what triggers the CEQA process at that point. So they would actually prepare the CEQA document for that lease and that potential development. That is the project under CEQA. So how do you define your project? This is, again, during preliminary review, you're saying we've received the application. What are the different components? As part of this, you need to be very careful about not segmenting things too much. This is called piecemealing under CEQA. So some pieces that can kind of identify whether or not you might be piecemealing if you're trying to divide things up. Is there specific funding that's tied to the project? Are the two pieces really interrelated? Some examples that we have of this is, and forgive me that we're using activity A and B, but if activity B is a reasonably foreseeable future consequence of activity A, or if activity B is a future phase of activity A, say you're having a phase development of residential uses in the county. Activity B provides essential public infrastructure needed to implement activity A. This could involve, say, a road improvement that really wouldn't need to happen if there wasn't a residential development tied to it in an area of the county. And then activity A and B are integral parts that lack independent utility. This is what I was talking about. If their funding is tied together, that can be an indication that it should be a single project under CEQA. So when does CEQA kick in? Well, when you have enough information to actually analyze your project. You need to, essentially, when the application is complete, it's at a reasonably decent level of design such that you can make an informed analysis of the potential direct and indirect environmental impacts. You also need to make sure that you get CEQA completed before any action that you might take would foreclose on the consideration of mitigation or alternatives to that action. And also, whenever you are committing to a project, one court case that came up about 12 years ago was the Save Tara versus the City of West Hollywood, where the city had entered into a conditional agreement to sell land to a private developer with some financial support, and the local community said this should have been subject to CEQA. This leasing of the land, this is not okay. And the judge actually found in favor of them, and it was deemed to be a project under CEQA that needed to be evaluated. Some examples of non-projects. Again, this is the common sense exemption, where it can be seen with certainty that no environmental effects will occur. Activities that are specifically exempted by state law. Proposals for state legislation in and of themselves are not considered projects under CEQA. Certain administrative or maintenance activities are not considered. Ballot initiatives initiated by citizen petition are actually not a project under CEQA. One good example of this, Gary and I both worked on a cannabis ordinance for Calaveras County. While we were preparing that EIR, a ballot initiative that was started by the local community, actually 2 ballot initiatives, one to ban and one to allow for cultivation. If either of those had passed, we would not have continued to prepare the EIR. So for a while, we actually paused our preparation of the EIR to wait and see what the vote ended up being. Also, government fiscal activities that do not involve any commitment to a specific project are not a project under CEQA. And organizational or administrative activities that do not have a significant environmental effect or the potential for an environmental effect. Getting into the CEQA exemptions, I've kind of already covered some of this in terms of statutory. It's defined in the actual law in CEQA. That these types of projects, Olympic Games are in there, but also the emergency projects that I mentioned before. With categorical exemptions, there are 33 different classes of them. They've received some revisions over the last few years, including December 2018. There was some clarifications to especially the infill exemption. I believe that's a class 32. Things to note about statutory exemptions and categorical exemptions, as well as other exemptions that are outside the context of CEQA that are, there is no public review period. There is no really overt acknowledgement of the CEQA process. It's more internal. It would be within the county processes that a project had been found exempt. And you would then file your notice of exemption with the county clerk and potentially with the Office of Planning and Research. One thing to note also about categorical exemptions, these are generally the smaller projects that have specific exceptions that are tied to each of them. And I believe on the next slide, we're actually going to get into some of these. So the unusual circumstances exemption, and I'll touch on this in the next slide, is one, but also if you have the potential for a significant environmental effect, you are kind of kicked out of using a categorical exemption, but also if you have the potential for a significant cumulative effect. Also, any damage to scenic resources along a highway, if you're located on a hazardous waste site, or if you're located near a historical resource. Those are kind of the things. So to give you a better view of what a categorical exemption may be, these are generally limited in terms of square footage. So sometimes it can involve minor construction or alterations to land, accessory structures, modifications to existing facilities, but generally the frame in which categorical exemptions exist is around 10 to 15,000 square feet is generally what's considered to be the limit for using a categorical exemption. As I mentioned, unusual circumstances. The first thing you need to do whenever you're considering using an exemption is to determine whether or not you do have unusual circumstances. Is this a unique project that, due to its location, could create an impact? It could be potentially incompatible uses, but ultimately the lead agency, the county, would need to make this determination based on substantial evidence. Once you've determined that unusual circumstances may exist, you do still need to walk through the idea of whether or not there is a potential for a significant impact. And this is, again, looking at evidence that okay, we might have a noise impact here. That means we probably can't use a categorical exemption. Then we're looking at doing an initial study, maybe a mitigated neg deck, maybe an EIR. And with that, I will actually turn it back to Gary.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. And if you don't mind, I want to just to introduce the flavor of some more categorical exemptions, just to kind of get a sense of what they are all about. Chris touched on a few, but there are others where if you're going to surplus land, that's a categorical exemption. Loans made to the Department of Veterans Affairs. Chris talked about accessory structures, open space contracts or easements. Those are categorically exempt. Every now and again, there's a project that's a little bit more substantive that's considered categorically exempt. And, one of those is infill development projects. So these are projects that generally are about 5 acres or so in size, and they meet certain criteria. They have to be located within a city, and that makes it really difficult in El Dorado County because you have very few designated cities, but they are part of that too. So just wanted to add that in. The statutory exemptions are very different. Those are by statute. The legislature has decided those are just exempt from CEQA, and Chris mentioned the Olympic Games. That's my favorite, but it's only the 1984 Olympic Games. So if you have another 1984 Olympic Games, well, there you go. But if you have a new one, the state legislature has to exempt that in total in order for it to be statutorily exempt. So that's where that goes. So we're going to talk a little bit more about environmental effects under CEQA, and Chris mentioned these exceptions of to categorical exemptions, but this concept I'm going to talk about in a moment, thresholds of significance, is very broad and very important and applies throughout CEQA. So let's go to that, Chris. So this is a definition of significant effect. It's a substantial or potentially substantial adverse change in any of the physical, and I want to emphasize physical, conditions within the area affected by the project. So not that the environment affects the project, but the project affects the environment, including land, air, water, minerals, flora, fauna, ambient noise. I'm going to add vehicle miles traveled, objects of historic or aesthetic significance. So these are all considered to be potential environmental impacts. This concept, social or economic change by itself, shall not be considered a significant effect on the environment. This is really important because it takes things like property value effects and overall economic effects of a project off the table. I want to put a little bit of caution in here. There are some cases where social and economic effects, when there's a linkage between them and an environmental effect. A classic example is a Walmart comes in and is located on the outskirts of town and causes the downtown to become blighted because all the businesses close and move out to this Walmart, or people shop there instead. That's considered to be an economic effect that's also linked to an environmental effect. The other thing to mention is that while social and economic effects are not environmental effects in CEQA, they certainly are very important to U.S. decision makers. And we never, when we look at an environmental document, want to just cast aside those considerations, but they're not environmental effects. They do come to you otherwise, though. Next slide, thresholds of significance. This is a very complicated concept. I mean, it's simple in idea, but it's complicated in application. So a threshold is considered an identifiable quantitative or qualitative or performance level on a particular environmental effect. It's often a standard. It might be a regulatory standard, say a water quality standard. It might be a zoning standard or something like that. But it's an effect that if you exceed, you would generally have a significant effect on the environment. Sometimes these thresholds are universal to all projects within a jurisdiction. And sometimes we find that we have to establish thresholds on a project by project basis. It really depends on what the issue is and what we're looking at. Visual effects are just one of those classics of, it's really hard to have a threshold, a universal threshold of significance on what a visual impact is. And it's often up to the individual project analysis to determine that. But then other effects like vehicle miles traveled, which I know that you guys have dealt with recently and you're in the process of still dealing with, that might be a more universal countywide threshold of significance that's tied to a performance standard. Next slide. These are the topics that are evaluated in CEQA. And not all of them are evaluated in an environmental impact report. Sometimes they are scoped out through the initial study process, but aesthetics, agriculture and forestry resources, air quality, biology, cultural resources, and tribal cultural resources. So those are actually different things, but they're related. So this is an entire list. I'm not going to read the whole thing to everybody, but these are the areas that we need to look at. Public services. This is one of the more confusing aspects of what we examine. The environmental effect is not whether or not there's just more demand on public services, but whether or not that demand on public services drives a physical change. So an example there might be, we need new firefighting resources. That's the public service. And the response is to build a new fire station. That's where we would look at an environmental impact on, is whether or not you need to build a new fire station, causes that physical environmental effect. The demand itself is not the environmental effect. But where it gets a little mushy is if we're in a wildfire zone, and we'll talk about that later on, and the demand on fire services is such that we're now not getting adequate response, then that might be an environmental effect because that could cause a physical effect in the environment, more wildfires. So we're dealing with gray issues all the time, but that's an example of how that goes. Next slide. Consideration of environmental effects. This is what CEQA does do. It discloses information about the effects. It's kind of a boring thing. All we do is disclose. We don't approve. We disclose. I once told my kids when they asked me what I did for a living, I said I produce documents that hopefully the clients will say are adequate. And they said, that's it? Can we just do that in school? I said, no, that's a C in school, but that's an A in CEQA, is adequate documents. So we disclose information about the effects of a project on the environment. We identify mitigation measures. We try to identify feasible mitigation measures, but ultimately it's your decision about whether or not a mitigation measure or an alternative. And that's only when you do an EIR, do you do alternatives. But whether an alternative or a mitigation measure is feasible, we identify what we think are potentially feasible measures. So it's up to the decision maker to determine ultimately whether those are feasible or whether there's an economic or social or other reason why they are infeasible. CEQA also solicits agency and public input. We talked about that earlier. What it doesn't do, and this is one of the kind of difficult concepts, it doesn't require mitigation for existing environmental conditions. So if a project is proposed in an area where there already are adverse traffic effects, for instance, the project is technically responsible only for its fair share of the traffic improvements associated with that project. Again, it gets into a little bit of a gray area because if you put a project on a landslide, well, you're obviously going to have to fix that. That's an environmental effect. That's an existing condition. So, but generally what CEQA doesn't require you to do is to go backwards and fix the ills that were created by others through mitigation, generally. It doesn't advocate for a project. all your CEQA documents should be neutral. They shouldn't be promoting a project. They may talk about a benefit of a project, like a solar project might reduce greenhouse gases, but that's just a straight disclosure, but it doesn't advocate for those documents. We talked earlier, it doesn't require denial due to significant effects, and it doesn't address economic or social issues, although you can bring those issues forward in an environmental document. Oftentimes, there is an economic analysis that is appended to an environmental document for things like, say, a new specific plan or something like that. What kind of fiscal effects will that have on the county? So that information is often presented, but it's not required in a CEQA document. Next slide. California Native Tribal consultation. This has become a more important issue in CEQA in the last 5 years. In 2014, AB 52 was passed, and it requires a consultation on whether or not a project might affect a tribal cultural resource. This applies to all negative declarations and environmental impact reports that require public involvement, issuance of a notice of preparation for an EIR. And I say that because there are some tiered documents that don't require this, but that's just getting into a nuisance or a nuance that I don't think we need to spend time with unless you have questions later on. Senate Bill 18 is generally pertains to general plan amendments, but it overlaps with AB 52. So AB 52 has really become this much more of an umbrella of consultation. And then there was a bill passed in 2020 that requires consultation even for streamlined ministerial approval of housing under SB 35. It was intended to fill a gap that was there. So next slide. The concept of fair argument standard, you're going to hear this term more and more throughout the presentation today. I want to spend just a moment talking about what it is. CEQA has what's called a low bar for environmental impact analysis. When there is a fair argument based on substantial evidence that a project may have a significant adverse effect, then you're required to prepare an EIR. That's after mitigation. What does that mean? So substantial evidence is defined, and the next slide covers that, but I'm just going to say what it is now because it's important to understand that. Substantial evidence are facts, reasonable assumptions predicated on facts, expert opinions supported by facts. It isn't argument, speculation, unsubstantiated opinion or narrative, inaccurate or erroneous information, or socioeconomic effects that are not linked to a physical environmental effect. So an example, somebody comes to you and they tell you that there's a certain species of frog. We're in the red-legged frog area, and somebody takes a photograph, and you can see that there's a frog in the photograph, and they present that and say, this is a red-legged frog. And they give that to you. And you say, well, what's your expertise? Well, I don't have any expertise on this, but it is a red-legged frog. Well, I can't really see that in the picture. So that's not substantial evidence. That's opinion, basically. But now somebody's got a close-up of that frog, and they took it with a camera that has a geo-rectified information in it. And they bring that to you, and you can see that, and they've consulted with somebody, they've asked a biologist, and the biologist said, yes, that is a red-legged frog, and you can see that it is on a project site. That would be a fair argument based on substantial evidence that that frog is there. Now when you get into a little bit of a gray area, are things like aesthetic resources, visual resources. If somebody says, I just don't think that the building that you're coming up with is going to look good, maybe that's not substantial evidence. But if somebody says, I'm an architect and I've looked at the style of this building and it's incompatible with the style that you have in your style guide, for this sort of area, that might be a fair argument that there's a significant effect. Why the fair argument is so important is it is easy to knock off a negative declaration, to find a negative declaration is inadequate, that the courts find them inadequate. If there is a fair argument based on substantial evidence that a significant effect could occur, if there is substantial evidence that says that significant impact would not occur, but somebody comes up with a fair argument that it may occur, then tie goes to the person who says that it may occur, even if you have substantial evidence to the otherwise, when a negative declaration is prepared. When an environmental impact report is prepared, so long as the agency provides substantial evidence to support its conclusion, if there is a fair argument that evidence is, that there's other evidence that maybe the effect is not significant, well, your substantial evidence as lead agency wins out, so long as it's based on, and let's go to the next slide.
And Gary, we're at 12:30, so I hate to kind of interrupt in the middle of this segment, but I think it's probably something. Are you okay with stopping on this slide?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. All right, very good. Then I would like to hold to our agenda, and we will be taking a break from now 12:30ish until 1 p.m. and we'll be coming back at 1 p.m. and continuing with the next slide there. So thank you very much for all your participation. Hang in, we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Okay, see you then.
Gary, can I get your telephone number so I can contact you if I have some questions about some of these things we talk about?
Sure. Yeah, 916 930 3182.
I'll probably get all my questions in, but just in case.
Always here to help.
Gary, would you prefer to hold off all questions till the end of the presentation? Would you prefer that?
I think it's up to you guys.
I would, otherwise it'll be very interruptive. So I'm making notes in the hard copy personally, so I have several questions to come back to, but I think it's preferred if we let him get through the presentation.
That's fine.
Okay. So let's see, Lori and John Clarici, are you with us? Okay, Lori's here. We just heard from John Vania, so I'm, yep, okay, so John's here. So I think we've got everybody back. It looks to me like it. Back to the presentation and over to you, Gary.
Okay. I think I had just made a fair argument that it was time for lunch.
Very good.
All right. So we talked about, while I was talking about fair argument, what substantial evidence is. And that's what's on this slide now, but let's move to the next slide. So tools for determining significance of environmental effects. These are what we use and what is common. The initial study checklist has a series of questions and they guide you. They're not thresholds of significance themselves, but they certainly guide you towards important issues that are considered potentially significant. So answering those questions is one tool for determining significance. Mandatory findings of significance. So what are these? These are, I'll talk about them in a moment. They're found in the CEQA guidelines, and if you hit one of these, then you have a significant effect. End of story. Consultation with other agencies. What does the California Department of Fish and Wildlife think about the proximity of your project to a nest tree or something like that? So we'll ask those questions. Your own thresholds of significance. One of the common ones in the past was level of service. That's no longer a significant impact under CEQA, as I'm sure you all know. But your own thresholds of significance are things that we use also. Local regional planning documents. Does your general plan include policies that we need to examine? Those policies have certain standards that might lead us to a significant impact. Can't exceed X% capacity of a wastewater treatment plant without considering expansion, things like that. And then regulatory standards, water quality standards, air quality standards. The Mountain Basin Air District has certain thresholds, things like that we use to determine whether or not we might have a significant effect. One to the next slide. Mandatory findings of significance. This is a little bit amorphous, so it's not really used that much any longer, but these are the mandatory findings. Substantially degrade environmental quality. That's kind of a hard thing to really define. What does that mean? Also substantially reduce fish or wildlife habitat. Again, unless you're dealing with endangered species or you're dealing with things like migratory routes for deer, things like that, a little bit hard to really put your arms around this, but that is certainly one of those issues. Now, getting into the next two, we're into some really actual more tangible issues. Cause a fish or wildlife habitat to drop below self-sustaining levels or threaten to eliminate a plant or animal community. And actually going to the next one, substantially reduce numbers or restrict range of a rare, threatened, or endangered species. These are generally all in the same class of impact. Are you adversely affecting a sensitive species or a listed species to the degree that you are causing it to jeopardize its existence in your area within the geohabitat in which it's located? Again, sometimes a little bit hard to define, but that's a general standard. One of the changes to CEQA that happened several years ago was the introduction of a natural community conservation plan or a habitat conservation plan as a counterbalance to these questions. If you've adopted one of those very official documents and it affects the species or the habitat that we're dealing with, you know, in the county, we've got the special vegetation, I forget the name of it, special habitat out in the Cameron Park area. If you've adopted an NCCP or an HCP that addresses the habitat there, and your project is consistent with the terms and conditions of those, then it's not considered to be threatening or restricting the range of the rare, threatened, or endangered species covered by those plans. So that is an important nuance, but it is incentive to prepare those kinds of plans too. And then the last one is eliminate important examples of major periods of American history or prehistory. If you do that, then you're automatically into a significant impact and preparing an environmental impact report. Other mandatory findings, Chris, next slide. This one, you know, this again is a little amorphous. Achieve short-term environmental goals to the detriment of long-term goals. I've never really seen this argument imposed. It's hard to clearly define. Possible cumulative impacts, that is something that is important. So generally, if you're exceeding a threshold for a cumulative impact, it's a mandatory finding of significance. Cause substantial adverse effects on humans. It's kind of I almost laugh at this because there's a court case that kind of counters that. But that is something that, and it seems obvious, very important issue, but it's conditional, and we will talk about that later on. Next slide, Chris. So your options when you have a significant effect. The first is to prepare an environmental impact report. That is the most common response. The second one is to reuse an environmental impact report prepared for an earlier project. That's if your project is essentially the same or similar enough that you could use an EIR you certified already to cover that project. Very rare that happens, so we're just going to skip past that. Use tiering or other CEQA streamlining from previous environmental impact reports. This, I'm going to say, we encourage very, very strongly that our clients look at this. You shouldn't be spending your money on consultants like us when you can use environmental documents you've already prepared to streamline off. And sometimes there is another environmental document that follows, but there are a lot of tools for streamlining your CEQA review. So use them whenever you can. We have a segment that'll talk about that. And then the final is prepare a mitigated negative declaration. That's where you adopt mitigation measures that clearly reduce the impact to a less than significant level. That clearly is important because of that fair argument standard that I talked about earlier. So it's got to be a no-brainer. You've done it. We can show it by evidence that you're not going to have 80 pounds of nitrogen oxides from your project. You will only have 60. And here are the reasons why. This is what we've done. There's the engines we're imposing. So things like that.
Okay. With that, we'll get into, once you're past the NOE stage and you're going to be preparing an environmental document, getting into the three different stages of environmental documents that you can have. The first part, we're actually going to focus on the negative declaration and then the mitigated negative declaration. And then Gary's going to go into some more details about EIRs. So negative declarations and MNDs have very different processes from an EIR, but NDs and MNDs are very similar to each other. They essentially what the timelines associated with both of them are identical. So in terms of, and this gives you a rough outline of the different stages as well as some time limitations. So your first thing to do if you're ever considering doing a negative declaration or mitigated negative declaration is to prepare your initial study. And you have, within CEQA, you have 30 days roughly to decide whether or not, after the application is deemed complete, whether you're preparing an EIR. Then you would develop your mitigation measures. One very important thing if you are doing an MND is that you do need to identify and essentially show the project applicant what those mitigation measures are before you issue your mitigated negative declaration. They do need to be agreed upon by the developer or by the applicant prior to it going out for public review, which will then be for at least a 20-day, more often than not, though it's a 30-day public review. One important thing to note here, if you are sending your neg deck or your mitigated neg deck to the state clearinghouse, so essentially the Office of Planning and Research's database system, and you would like a shortened review period, you do need to request them to grant you a shortened review period before you start that public review. You can't just send your document to them and say this should go out for 20 days. It does need to get approved by them, but only if you're posting with them for that neg deck or mitigated neg deck. Once you get through your public review period for the neg deck or MND, you will consider your comments, and then it will come to either the Planning Commission or the Board of Supervisors to either adopt or adopt the ND or mitigated neg deck. If it is a mitigated neg deck, it's important that it also have kind of to the side of it also that gets adopted separately, a mitigation monitoring and reporting program. The lead agency also has about 60 days after you would take action on the CEQA document to approve the project. But once that approval of the project is made, you should file the notice of determination within 5 business days of project approval, which then shortens your statute of limitations to 30 days as opposed to 180 days. So again, and Gary kind of covered this before, but when would you prepare a negative declaration? This is when there is no substantial evidence that a significant effect may occur. Again, harping on, even if you have evidence to support your determination, if there is evidence saying that there might be a significant impact in CEQA, deference goes to not the lead agency in the case of a neg deck or mitigated neg deck. You can also use a neg deck when tiering, or essentially using the analysis of a previous potentially larger EIR for your potential project or development. You prepare a mitigated neg deck when you've identified significant effects, but there are feasible mitigation measures that are again agreed upon by the applicant before you release it for public review, and that there is again no substantial evidence that it may have a significant impact with those mitigation measures included. Just some of the basics for required contents of neg decks and mitigated neg decks. You need to make sure you have a clear project description identifying what the various components of the project are, making sure that both the direct and indirect pieces of it, potentially those involving responsible agencies, are incorporated into that project description. Clear identification of what your project location is. The project applicant should also be identified, and then a proposed finding. It's basically just a sheet after your project description that says that, based on this, with inclusion of mitigation measures or not, there will not be a significant effect on the environment. We're going to get a little bit more in the next couple slides into mitigation measures, but in general, for mitigation measures, in MNDs and also in EIRs, your mitigation measures should be oriented towards specifically reducing and affect a significant physical environmental effect of the project. There are sometimes what we hear and we refer to as good neighbor impacts. One example of that is notification of neighbors of construction activities. It doesn't really do anything to reduce the noise levels of your construction, but it is considered a good neighbor thing in terms of it's getting out the disclosure about the project so people can kind of prepare for a larger or louder noise levels in and around their neighborhood. One other key piece is that mitigation measures must be fully enforceable. And again, we're going to talk about in the next slide that there are sort of 5 questions whenever you're looking at a mitigation measure that you should be able to answer. There has to be an essential nexus. There was a case called, well, the 2 cases are generally referred to as Nolan and Dolan. You might hear practitioners say that there has to be an essential nexus because this would happen with the project. We're going to do this, and that your mitigation needs to be roughly proportional to the impact that your project would have. So, as I mentioned, the 5 questions that whenever we're reviewing mitigation measures, we always want to be able to ask is the why, the what, the who, the where, and the when. It's just a quick little exercise. Whenever you see a mitigation measure, you should know, okay, why am I saying that we're going to implement this? What exactly are we going to implement? Who is going to be doing it? Where are they going to be doing it? And when are they going to be doing it? Sometimes mitigation measures can leave off one or more, but in general, and as lead agency and decision makers, this would be a good test whenever you're reviewing a CEQA document to sort of walk through these, especially for any proposed mitigation. Again, in terms of that essential nexus piece and rough proportionality, only include mitigation for the significant effects that you may have with your project. We generally try and avoid using any mays or shoulds because once those are adopted, there is a little bit of wiggle room. If a mitigation measure says the applicant should do this, it's not requiring them to do it. And these mitigation measures need to be binding commitments for applicants. So generally using will or shall, not may or should. The measure should be linked to conditions of approval. We generally try and make sure that it's easy to go back into the mitigated neg deck and see exactly what these line up for. Is this an air quality related mitigation measure? Is this a GHG measure, or could it be an energy measure? Having that notation really helps. But then also, whenever you've presented mitigation in the CEQA document, make sure that you state how it would actually reduce the impact. What is this going to do that's going to prevent the significant impact from occurring? So when you get to the point of actually adopting your neg deck or mitigated neg deck, you are to consider the conclusions of it together with any comments that were received. One important thing with neg decks and mitigated neg decks is that CEQA does not actually require you to prepare responses. Lead agencies generally do, but you just need to consider the responses and state that there's really no change in the conclusions that were in the neg deck or mitigated neg deck.
And we do encourage that you respond
yes.
in writing. Anyway.
Yes, generally it's good agency to agency coordination. You shall adopt the neg deck or mitigated deck if you found on the basis of the entire record, again, pulling in that fair argument piece, that there is no substantial evidence that the project will have a significant effect on the environment. And also identifying that this neg deck or mitigated neg deck is an objective evaluation of the potential physical environmental effects of the project. And lastly, making sure that that notice of determination does get filed within 5 working days. It protects lead agencies from potential challenge, but it's also in accordance with CEQA requirements. And to Gary.
Yeah. So this next segment's going to be a little bit dense, and but bear with me, and hopefully we'll have some clear explanations. I talked about the fair argument. When is an EIR required? It's when there's a fair argument backed by substantial evidence that there may be a significant environmental effect. That word may is important. That is what defines what a fair argument is. It's not that it will, but that it may have a significant effect. This is after mitigation. There are certain projects mandated by statute, but they're rare, and I'm not going to spend time here because I don't think they apply in El Dorado County to any degree. And then when a project triggers mandatory findings of significance, that's when an EIR is required. Let's look at the overview of the EIR process. It is sequential, but we also overlap when we're preparing it. So the first step is a notice of preparation. Sometimes that includes the initial study. We like it when it does. Doesn't have to, but the notice of preparation says that we're preparing an EIR. And here are the issues that we're going to address in that environmental impact report. So that goes out to the public and to responsible agencies. The mandate is that it just goes to responsible agencies and anybody who requests a copy of the notice of preparation. Same with the draft EIR. The next step is the draft EIR. That's the next thing that the public sees is a draft EIR. That's accompanied by a notice of completion, which I've always found to be a bit of an odd name for something because it just says we've completed a draft of the document, but that's what the state clearinghouse calls it. So that's what we call it. And also a notice of availability that's published in the newspaper. Generally, there are 3 different processes by which a notice of availability must be, one of 3 that must be made available. Publishing in a newspaper, posting it on a site, or mailing it. Because we tend to encourage broad public participation, usually 2 of those methods are employed by our clients. The next step is a final EIR. This is with responses to public comments. There is no public review period on a final EIR. I think we're going to talk about that in a bit, but it is required to be draft responses are required to be provided to those public agencies who have commented a minimum of 10 days before certification of that EIR. We certainly encourage that anybody who has commented is notified that a final EIR is completed so they can see what the responses to their comments are. But that's practice, not law. Certification of the EIR follows the final EIR. If a project is approved, then a notice of determination must be filed.
And really quick, if I can interject, Gary, just to give folks an idea of timeline, since I did talk about neg decks and mitigated neg decks, general timelines for those documents is roughly around 6 to 9 months, whereas EIRs, kind of the minimum is about 9 months. Generally, we try and do EIRs within about a year, but sometimes depending on the complexity of the project, they can be up to 18 months. One last nuance is that with neg decks and mitigated neg decks, they are adopted, whereas the EIRs are certified.
And if the EIR is on the El Dorado County General Plan, it can take years. Next slide. That's my attempt at bad humor. I apologize to everybody who has to listen to me harp on that. Types of environmental impact reports that are prepared. So there are several kinds of EIRs in the statute, and these are the ones that typically would come in front of you. A project EIR, it is exactly what it says it is. It's for a defined project, generally a shopping center, something like that, a subdivision. A subsequent EIR or a supplement to an EIR are different words on a very similar context. An environmental impact has already been prepared and something changes such that there'll be a new significant effect. It could be a change in conditions. It could be a change in law or something like that, or a comment that comes up when a reapproval is going to occur. In that case, a subsequent or supplement to that EIR is prepared. So the EIR forms the basis for the information. The subsequent or supplemental is just that information necessary to make the EIR adequate. An addendum to an EIR is prepared if there are minor changes to a project. It's a very technical document. It doesn't have a public review, a mandatory public review associated with it. Project has changed from 125,000 to 123,000 square feet. We'll just document that why there are no new significant effects associated with that. That's a typical addendum, that sort of thing. A program EIR is prepared on generally on large projects, planning projects that are connected by a series of actions. The general plan EIR is a program EIR. EIRs for specific plans are typically program EIRs. So those are programmatic. They're intended to be more broad. They provide a broad analysis of impacts. They try to provide a broad set of things you can do. If this, then that, in terms of mitigation. If this condition occurs, and then this mitigation applies. So it's intended to provide a roadmap, and it's one of those things that is, it's the top tier of tiering. Documents that are prepared subsequent to that can tier off a program EIR. A master EIR is similar to a program EIR. It's just more prescribed by law about what it can do and can't do. And it includes a focused EIR as part of that, but we see master EIRs being used very infrequently because program EIRs do about the exact same thing and they're more flexible. Next slide. So I talked about the notice of preparation, but its contents has to describe the project, has to have the location and the probable environmental effects. Some of the NOPs we prepare are 2 pages long. It's here's the project and on page 1, and here are the probable environmental effects on page 2, and then there's a map associated with it. Some of them are as big as a negative declaration because they include a full initial study. There's a 30-day period that agencies and the public are given to review and comment on a notice of preparation. They're required to be sent to the state clearinghouse. They're not technically required. There's certain projects that must go through a state clearinghouse, but if you prepare an EIR, it's one of those projects, basically. Without getting into any of the nuances. They must be sent to responsible trustee agencies by the lead agency and anybody who has requested a copy. So you have a group of citizens there, I'm sure, who have said that we want to receive copies of environmental documents, of notices. And so you're required to send notices to those individuals. Scoping meetings are required for projects of statewide, regional, or area-wide significance. Again, if you're preparing an EIR, it's going to meet one of these criteria. I think in the last 20 years, only one project I've worked on that was an EIR did not meet the criteria. It generally involves state resources. So California Department of Fish and Wildlife, that sort of thing. These aren't required to be public scoping meetings. They're required to be agency scoping meetings. But we have found that it's really nice to have an opportunity for the public to comment at this time on what they think the scope of the environmental impact report should be. Next slide. Contents of an EIR has to have a table of contents, a summary of the significant environmental effects of the project, project description, has to have an environmental setting. What is the environmental setting? It is generally the conditions that are in place at the time that the notice of preparation is released, but there are exceptions to that when doing that would not provide meaningful information to decision makers. Examples are a stream. We're in a dry year and we're going to look at water resources. And we wouldn't say that the conditions in place right now are always the conditions. We'd look at a hydrologic record of time. Another is COVID. We're all sitting at home, nobody's driving. That means that the streets are free flowing right now. Well, under COVID, that's true. It's one of the challenges that normally that wouldn't be the condition. So we might have to backtrack a year or so and collect information that is available through other sources, or actually are other sources, believe it or not. The EIR has to have a discussion of the environmental impacts of the project. Generally, the setting, the impacts, the significant effects, and the mitigation measures are presented by topic, by air quality, by biology. So topic by topic, you'll see this kind of information. Alternatives, there's a section that includes alternatives, and the alternatives, we'll talk about alternatives in just a second. Cumulative effects, significant irreversible changes are required to be considered. It's a little bit amorphous what that means. Growth inducing impacts. So will the project cause growth? Is that growth that you've considered already? Those are two questions that are important to answer. Effects found not to be significant. So if it's not a full scope environmental impact report, if we did not look at air quality in this, explaining why we didn't. and then organizations, persons consulted, bibliography, that sort of thing. Next slide. So these are issues that are unique to EIRs. You will not find these in negative declarations or mitigated negative declarations. Significant effects that cannot be avoided, because if you have a significant effect that cannot be avoided, you're required to prepare an EIR. So that's just a yes/no thing. Irreversible environmental changes are only in EIRs, as are growth-inducing impacts. Cumulative impacts, surprisingly, are when you prepare a negative declaration, you're not asked to look at cumulative impacts, but in practice you must. So it's just something that's a little bit unclear in CEQA. Alternatives, there are no alternatives in negative declarations or mitigated negative declarations, because alternatives are there to find another means by which you avoid the significant effects that you otherwise really can't avoid. That's the real intent of alternatives. And if you're in that situation on a negative declaration, you're preparing the wrong document, because if you have unavoidable significant effects, you're required to prepare an EIR. Next slide. And this talks about, this slide talks about what alternatives are required to do. People will always ask us when we start, what alternatives are you going to look at? And we like to say, well, it depends on what the significant effects are. And we want to discover that over time and then develop alternatives. They're either alternatives to the size of the project, to the features of the project, to where things on the project site might be located, or to the project site itself. So these are the things that one looks at when they look at alternatives. There is a question of feasibility. And when we prepare an environmental impact report, we want to develop alternatives that are potentially feasible. That means being capable of being accomplished in a successful manner. Feasible means this within a reasonable period of time, taking into account economic, environmental, social, and technological factors. These economic, social, and technological factors are things that really aren't in an EIR, they're in your decision-making tools. So we'll identify alternatives that we think may be feasible, but ultimately it's the decision, the board's and the Planning Commission's decision on whether or not an alternative truly is feasible when you are considering approval of a project. Next slide. Final EIRs, they're required to have the list of commenters. If a comment would suggest that we need to change the text of the EIR, correct it, then it would include revisions to the EIR. Responses to comments. So the responses need to focus on the environmental impacts that are raised in the comment. Oftentimes we'll see comments that just say we don't like this project in one way or another. And we don't need to respond to those. Those are for you guys to consider when the project comes up to you. But we'll make sure that is that type of comment. That's important, that people don't just ignore the comment altogether, but at least explains what that comment is about. No separate environmental or no separate review comment period for final EIR. I talked about that already, and about that 10-day review period. Just encourage that people who comment are notified that the EIR is available for them. Next slide. Every now and again, a situation occurs where you have to recirculate a draft EIR or parts of the draft EIR. That is when a comment is provided during the public review period that may introduce a new significant effect that cannot be mitigated, or shows that that impact is more severe than we had thought. In those instances, or that an alternative that is feasible is raised, but there's a decision not to adopt that feasible alternative. That is when recirculation is required. You only need to recirculate that part of the EIR that this new significant effect occurs, and that's what's available to the public to comment on. Doesn't happen that often that we see recirculations of draft EIRs, but they can happen. Next slide. Findings. This is where it becomes very important to you as decision makers. You have to make findings first that the EIR is adequate, and therefore you're going to certify it. That has to occur before you're going to consider project approval. If you are going to approve the project, then you have to have findings about each of the significant effects. And those findings will talk about whether or not each impact is mitigated and how it's mitigated, and whether that mitigation measure is a responsibility of you as lead agency or responsibility of another agency, and that they can or should adopt it. If the only way to avoid an impact is an alternative, then you need to have findings about whether those alternatives are feasible. And this is where your judgment comes in about social and economic effects of these alternatives, whether or not they are feasible, even if they are in the EIR. If you approve a project, you're required to adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting program that describes how the mitigation measure in the EIR will be tracked over time. And then if you have significant and unavoidable impacts, which you generally do if an EIR has been prepared, then you prepare a statement of overriding considerations explaining why there are specific economic, legal, social, or technological benefits, including employment, that outweigh the significant unavoidable impacts of the project. This has to be based on substantial evidence, these conclusions. And then you're required, if you approve the project, to file the notice of determination within 5 days of approval. Now we're going to go on to CEQA streamlining. Chris.
All right. So in the last few years, especially there were some amendments to the CEQA guidelines that happened in December of 2018, there's really been a push to try and utilize as much as you can of previous environmental documents. So you're not just doing standalone EIRs, but you're taking advantage of some of the benefits within the statute and also within the guidelines to use the information that was previously done and help that speed up your efforts to get through the CEQA process this time around. One of the ways, as Gary mentioned, that we like to do this is with program EIRs. Under CEQA guidelines section 15168, there is what's called within the scope findings. So that basically says if you have a project and within the area that was defined in your program EIR, this is a subsequent activity, take a look at that project. If the environmental impacts that would occur with that project were already addressed as part of your program EIR, all you need to do is that checklist, which is essentially that evaluation, and you're done. You have been able to determine that this project was adequately addressed by the program EIR. We don't need to do anything further. If you do come up with and say, okay, there's a changed condition, we have a new sensitive species, for example, you need to focus your analysis on simply that change. You'll document that there is just that one change within an initial study, but then you can do a very focused tiered EIR on just that one change and that new significant effect. Under program EIRs, when you're preparing subsequent documentations, do make sure that you take a look at sections 15162 and 15164, and that's talking about if there have been changes to the project, what do we need to do? When are we kicked to an addendum? When are we kicked to an EIR? That helps you limit the scope of the subsequent documents that you might need to prepare. So let's say you're done with your project, and Gary's kind of touched on this. And afterwards, it is coming back to you for some changes to the project, and you said, okay, this one feels like it might be a bigger change. We might have a new significant effect. You might be looking at a subsequent EIR or a supplemental EIR. One key thing to note about this, and this is merely some phrasing that's in the CEQA guidelines, supplemental EIRs tend to apply to minor additions or changes, whereas a subsequent EIR applies to bigger changes. We've talked with a couple of CEQA attorneys on this, and they say, well, there's really functionally no difference between them. So it's sometimes safer to just call it a subsequent EIR than a supplemental EIR, because it saves you the issue of getting into that battle of, is this a minor change or a major change? But then if you really do only have minor technical changes and no new significant impacts occur, as Gary mentioned, you are at an addendum. There are different ways to prepare an addendum. It can look a lot like an initial study checklist, or it can be very focused on where the changes may occur. We've kind of touched on a lot of this already, but when do you have to prepare a subsequent EIR or a supplement EIR? This only comes up when the lead agency has additional discretionary authority over the project. Is there a subsequent approval that's necessary? Is it amendments to a CUP? Is it amendments to a development agreement because of this change to the project? But the later action is essentially looking at the old EIR plus the subsequent EIR, saying that yes, okay, combined they address everything, the environmental impacts. We've found it adequate, and we can move forward with consideration of the project. Some other times when it isn't directly changes to the project, where you might need to do a subsequent EIR or a supplemental EIR, if it does come back for a subsequent approval to you, and conditions have changed, if there's substantial new information, such that you might have additional or worsened significant effects, or as time goes on, perhaps new mitigation measures or alternatives that were previously found to be infeasible are now feasible, and need to be considered. Under section 15182, we have what's called projects consistent with a specific plan. This is kind of along the lines of the within the scope finding that we found, that we talked about just prior to this. But this is when you have a specific plan and you have residential projects that are consistent with that plan, and you had an EIR that was done. You basically just need to say, okay, there are no change conditions. There are no nothing that would otherwise trigger a subsequent EIR has occurred. Therefore, this project is consistent with a specific plan, and we don't need to do additional CEQA guidance, CEQA documents. Something also along those lines, but a little bit less, is project consistent with a general plan, zoning, and or community plan. This is under CEQA guidelines section 15183. This is where you might have an EIR for your general plan, your community plan, zoning action, and this project is consistent with that adopted plan. One good example I have of this is with the city of West Sacramento. They ended up doing their general plan in 2016, and then they immediately came out with their master plans for the development, for the new development that was going to be considered in the general plan. They actually determined that the approval of those master utility plans were consistent with the general plan, and that essentially they didn't need to prepare additional CEQA documents. And I will turn it back to Gary to talk about other important analysis considerations.
Okay, I'm going to go fairly quickly through this because this addresses a little bit of some nuances, but they are important. I did talk about baseline a little bit, and where we diverge from the concept that the baseline is the conditions at the time the notice of preparation is prepared or time that a document is started. There is some flexibility. It's when there some specific instances, and they're outlined in this slide, is when, let's say, for instance, a mining, somebody's coming to you for a mining application, and in time, they've had a certain level of mining activity within their permit. Maybe last year was 550 tons per day, and this year it's only 275. But the 550 is within their permitted capacity. Then the courts have ruled that that's a reasonable baseline to use, even if it's not right at the time the NOP is prepared, because it's already an ongoing activity. Another is when you're looking at a project that has a long planning horizon, and the conditions that are present today may not be present into the future. So a good example is when traffic is going to increase. You have a project that is say a transit project, and it's going to take 15, 20 years for it to be constructed. Well, we might want to look at what the conditions are expected to be at the time in the future when the project will be completed. But you have to explain yourself very clearly as to why you're doing that, and also explain what the current conditions are. But you can base your impact analysis on that future condition. The word is whether it wouldn't be meaningful to look at existing conditions. That's when you can look at future conditions. Next slide, Chris. This just talks about some different cases on baseline. One was on pollution. There was a project down in the South Coast Air Basin where a power plant or a refinery had never operated at its full capacity. And as the applicant was submitting their applications to the air district, they started running it at full capacity just to try to have a higher baseline. The court concluded that was a fake baseline, and they did not allow that. So that was a condition where you needed to go back to what was actually the conditions at the time. I talked about traffic. I talked about this mining baseline, and another project was that we looked at, or that has been decided on, is a reuse of a shopping center. If the shopping center generated a certain amount of traffic within the last few years and now it's empty, you can actually go back and use the last few years as the baseline. It's already permitted to operate at that level. Next, Chris. This is a case that was very troubling, a case about the effects of the environment on a project. It revolved around whether or not locating a project adjacent to an environmental hazard is a significant impact under CEQA. And the court concluded that, and I'm not going to go through all the slides, what the court concluded is that the impacts of the environment on a project are not significant. So if you locate people on a project site next to the freeway and toxic air contaminants, remember earlier I said, I kind of was laughing about this, effects on humans are supposed to be part of CEQA. Well, the court ruled that, yeah, they are, unless the humans move into a significant environmental hazard, then it's not an impact it's not considered a significant impact under CEQA. The exception to that is if the project itself would exacerbate that condition. So if your project is located next to a freeway and it's 500 dwelling units and it's going to add traffic to that freeway, well, then it's exacerbating that environmental hazard, and therefore you would look at the impacts. It's one of those gray areas of CEQA. I wish that the legislature would take this up and correct CEQA so that it's a little bit more clear about what we're supposed to do, but we don't get to choose that ourselves. And with that, Chris, you can actually skip the next few slides and go to slide 71, which is county interests of concern, issues of interest.
Okay, and that's back to me. So with the last few slides, we did want to touch on a few changes to CEQA that are kind of still developing, but that we felt would be of interest to the county. One is in terms of transportation impacts. I know that in October of last year, you did adopt your VMT thresholds along with all other public agencies that are looking at these certain approvals for land use development and whatnot, and that you're getting an update. I believe it is, if not next meeting, the meeting after, regarding the state of your transportation modeling, including VMT, but that essentially with SB 743 and then as enacted through the December 2018 amendments to the CEQA guidelines, LOS has been officially removed from the transportation piece of the CEQA checklist, although agencies are still looking at it from a general plan consistency perspective. Now, in terms of what VMT is being looked at right now, it is the ability, and it's kind of interrelated with greenhouse gases, the ability for new development to help the state, help local jurisdictions get to their GHG reduction goals. Will a project reduce VMT? Will it result in a net increase of VMT? Those are the kind of thresholds that we look at. I think in the case of the county, you have that 15% below the per capita VMT baseline is what your threshold is. In terms of greenhouse gases, right now it's still evolving. We've recently had a couple of big court cases in the last, one big court case in the last year that dealt with GHG. But you're looking at, will the increase in emissions that may occur with your project, including construction and operation, be a substantial increase, and will it impair the state's or your local transportation planning agency to achieve their GHG reduction goals? In the case of El Dorado County, I know that your air pollution control district does not have an adopted threshold right now for GHGs, but the two adjacent districts, I know SmackMud, you've occasionally used their thresholds and approach, as well as San Joaquin Valley APCD also has an approach that's been used that uses a per capita metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalents, has been used in the past. Lastly, I did really want to touch on wildfire because I know this is important to the county. With the December 2018 amendments, this was added as a new CEQA issue area. It had previously been in as part of hazards and hazardous materials, but because of the number of wildfires that were occurring across the state, this has been given greater weight within the CEQA checklist. It's important to note that this only pertains to areas of very high fire hazard severity or within state responsibility areas. Within the county, though, you do have a fair number of those areas. We actually took a snapshot here. This is actually, if you go onto CAL FIRE's website, they have the fire hazard severity zone. This is a portion around the county. Actually, Placerville is what's kind of that brighter red that's shown there. So you can actually zoom in pretty well and see where various areas are identified as very high fire hazard or just high fire hazard, or whether they're local responsibility areas. But we're focusing on whether or not the project would exacerbate the risks associated with wildfire, or would it impair implementation of an adopted emergency response or evacuation plan. So those are the new thresholds that were added in the end of 2018. And with that actually brings us to the end of our rather long presentation. So I know there are at least a few questions out there if you have them.
Yeah, thank you, Gary and Chris. That was quite thorough, but I'm sure there's a lot of questions and a deeper dive that we can go into. So we'll take questions or comments from the board and commissioners as they raise their hand. So please go ahead and raise your hand if you have a question at this point. Mr. Vania. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to refer to your dad, John Vania.
That's right. You know my common response.
Yep.
I'm sticking to my story. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. That was excellent. I appreciate it. In your threshold of significance, way back when, I think it was slide 25 or something like that, you talked about, and there was also another reference to social change examples. Can you give me what some of those social change examples might be?
Sure. So one of the common things that we're seeing, environmental justice is becoming a more commonly addressed issue in CEQA. Recently worked on a project where a community group commented that they weren't being served by the project. It was a sewer line project. They're out in an outlying area, that they've been ignored for a long time, and that they should be served. Important issue, but it's not an environmental issue. That's a social issue. So that sort of thing would be considered a social issue. A lot of the social issues are more socio and economic. Does a project provide for benefit to me? Does it decrease my property values? Things like that. Those are often brought in. Those are economic effects. So, social effect is something where we're looking at a project that doesn't have a specific environmental impact from that project on that group, but you get a comment that is a comment of concern, legitimate comment. But yeah, does that help?
Yes, thank you. And then you made a few references to traffic. And yes, I can remember Nolan Dolan that, you know, for Nexus and stuff, right? So make it simple for that, you know, guys like me. But can you address the concept, okay, we can't have them, you know, it's got to be a fair share or Nexus. You got to have a Nexus connection. But like say in traffic situations, you can't build half a lane. You can't do part of a traffic signal, you know. So I don't know in those kind of situations, would the applicants be entitled to any kind of reimbursement type thing? Or if you got to put in a signal, you got to put in the whole signal, or you got to put in an entire lane. So what's been your experience when it comes to those type of things? Because we have a lot of reimbursement type agreements in our county, which I've got an opinion, which I'll not share at this point. But I wanted your take on that, please.
I'll share mine, and Chris, you have some too, I'm sure.
Sure.
Generally, what we see there are fee programs, possibly like the ones you don't like, but fee programs that are in place to address the capital improvement program that a jurisdiction has, and those fees are generally calibrated to meet the overall capital needs based on growth projections, and then the fees are collected, and sometimes developers will advance, say a traffic signal is needed, they'll advance through a reimbursement agreement, funds for installation of a traffic signal or something like that, and then they're reimbursed over time. But generally, we don't see well, you only need half a lane, and that's all we're going to provide. Now, there are instances where an improvement is so expensive that and a project is just one of 10 elements that might contribute to that it will not be able to provide sufficient funds, or a reimbursement agreement might not be reasonable on a project like that. And so the improvement is just takes time, and the project gets built anyway. And the impact it's significant and unavoidable, possibly for a 20-year period of time while you're collecting fees. That happens too.
Right.
Yeah, I was gonna, to Gary's point, say pretty much that exact thing. Sometimes if it is, say, within a regional transportation improvement program, and you can identify, you know, the different phases or the different tiers of projects, so you can kind of hone in on the timing in which that improvement might be made, such that the fair share contribution you can assume would be implemented by this period of time. That might be where we'd feel more comfortable calling it a less than significant impact. But if you're just making a fair share contribution and you don't have a guarantee of when or even if sometimes that improvement would actually go forward, we'll sometimes make the conclusion that it's significant unavoidable because the timing is uncertain.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes to get to that fee and reimbursement stuff, you know, something's identified and they pay their portion of the fee, but then it's thrown into a capital improvement program that can be changed, right? Over time, priorities can be raised or lowered, and sometimes, I'm not saying necessarily in this county, sometimes, you know, that mitigation you were supposed to provide, right, for the public gets lost in the capital improvement program, and those mitigations that should have been made a lot of times the can is kicked down the road for a significant amount of years, where the public's not getting that benefit of that mitigation, which really should have been done as part of that project, if that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Editorials on that, that's fine. So
nothing further to say.
I'll leave it at that. Well, you mentioned cumulative impacts, which is interesting. You have to identify them as part of an environmental document, but we don't mitigate cumulative impacts, at least in our county, and that's a statewide thing or a CEQA thing, that we're not allowed to do have them mitigate cumulative impacts. I guess that goes back to your fair share, I guess, aspect of things, right?
Right. Yeah, that's exactly it. You can only mitigate, you can only require an applicant to mitigate for its fair share of the impact. Now, under cumulative, I want to dissuade you from the thought that there isn't mitigation. There is, and CEQA does not give a pass on cumulative impacts on mitigation. Generally, though, those impacts in traffic is one of those just classic areas, but air quality also. Those are usually cumulative impacts, and a lot of those mitigation measures are addressed not in the cumulative impact section of an EIR, but in the base analyses section. And then in the cumulative, you'll often see this impact would add to the cumulative impact conditions. The mitigation measure in the EIR in the project analysis section would mitigate that impact to whatever level it would mitigate it to, and is the fair share. That's often how it's done. What you can't do is you can't just not address cumulative impacts. If your project would contribute to, it's called considerably. It's a little bit of an odd word, but again, a lot of stuff comes out of court cases. To a cumulative impact, it's considered a significant contribution, and you're obligated to mitigate if it's feasible to do so.
Okay. I mean, in our county, typically, at least in my tenure, we can have them mitigate existing plus project plus 10 years window or a tiered window. So, but I'll leave it at that at this point. But thank you for your input. I appreciate it.
Okay, Cheryl, you're next up.
Yeah, well, so that was like drinking from a fire hose. Yeah. Again, another topic that's near and dear to my heart. I'm an environmental engineer and have had my own company in environmental engineering for the last 25 years. So I have lots of examples of things to draw on. But as far as the county is really considered, I'm concerned about what are the county's liabilities with conducting these EIRs? What if you have a significant supplemental changed condition that the county doesn't do a supplemental EIR, knows about, and then doesn't start one? What if there's like a hazardous condition that's found out and then they just leave the old EIR alone? Does the county have any liability with that, or are they responsible for doing it, or how does that get initiated?
I can answer that from a CEQA perspective.
Yeah, from a CEQA.
But that doesn't mean it's a full answer to the question.
No, I don't need to know your legal liability question. I'm talking about just CEQA, right?
So CEQA says that when the decision is done, it's done, and CEQA is over. So if a subdivision is approved and somebody goes out and hazardous materials were not identified in the EIR, and they start digging and you find hazardous materials, and the fix is to remove them, and there's no other discretionary approval required, then you're done with CEQA. Typically, if something is found, then the applicant will go back and say, hey, or they'll just go to like Department of Toxics and Substance Control or Regional Water Quality Control Board, and they'll apply for a permit, and that board will then look at the EIR and say, well, you didn't address this, so you need to address it now. But if they're out there and they find an endangered species and they crush it, and it was never identified in the EIR, that red-legged frog, is there when the EIR said it wasn't, CEQA does not have a remedy for that.
Okay.
Part of that is under the principle that CEQA itself is a very rigorous and time-consuming process, and at some point it has to end.
Granted.
Yeah,
I was just wondering where it comes in, and then also I have had this come up in the past a lot of times, and it's coming up here in this county. So I'm trying to think of an example. outside of the county, just in case it comes before me. But what happens if there's aging infrastructure that has failed modification that's coming up? How does the property owner or the private citizen alert the county that this is not an exemption, this is not a neg deck, this isn't just a restructuring something on top of something? It's already failed, it's already affected the environment in its failure. And maybe the county officials are just looking at it as, oh, the infrastructure is already there, it's fine, well, and it's a modification, it's exempt. How does a private citizen alert the county that right. it has a fair argument for a significant impact?
Can you give us, Chris and I, a specific example? Because that might be easier to answer.
Okay, I was actually thinking about this over lunch, so so I did come up with one. What if there's a sewer pump station that was sited in the 1960s and didn't have the benefit of any environmental review and is sitting in a floodplain and is now spewing sewage, COVID, venereal disease, whatever, through, over people's land and into a creek or river. And it happens on a very frequent basis. So this is an actual case that I have. And the sewer district is going to the county and just saying, we want to modify it. We want to do a simple improvement to an existing thing. And how does the private landowner or a public person say, no, this was poorly cited to begin with. It really needs to look for alternatives to put this thing, and don't put any more county money into improving something that's eventually going to fail in place anyway.
Yeah, I think there's three different answers to your question.
Uh-huh.
One is, if it was put in before CEQA, it's exempt. Just because it was put in before CEQA. So that's one. But if it's now causing nuisance hazards, then there are other agencies that are involved in the permitting process, and the regional board, water quality control board. You can lodge a complaint with them, and they will act. They'll provide a notice of violation. That's another. But when they go for a fix to the facility, that's a project under CEQA.
Right.
Let's say go to fix it, and that's when Chris, wouldn't you agree? That's when the public can have a say in what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
so it's gone through that. It's already been through the courts. It already got through a court case, and it was declared a problem, and it's now out of its 12-year period that the court had the settlement agreement jurisdiction over it. Now that sewer district is going to improve it, and the county has no way of knowing that this is not just a modification to an existing pump station. That's how it's being presented. So how does the public, when can the public jump in and just say, don't find this exempt, or don't give it a neg deck. It definitely needs some mitigated deck, if nothing else, right? When do they jump in?
So there's a couple of things there. So there's one is, people can monitor the county clerk's office for notices of exemption. I know that's a big burden to put on the public.
Yeah.
But if it's not, so you see if that's filed. If it's not been filed, and they're just going out there and they're approving, they're going to make the improvement. There was a case quite some time ago down in Orange County. It was an ag district. It was a county fair where the applicant, which was the Orange County Fairgrounds Association, was building an amphitheater. And they built the amphitheater. It went through an approval process, and it was going to face one direction. And they decided to change it and turn it around, but nobody knew that until the construction was going on. And the residents who now are going to be able to listen to Tom Petty more clearly, but didn't want to, decided to sue. And so they sued, and the court determined that if no notice is filed, then it's essentially a change to a project, and the statute of limitations is 180 days from when they could have or should have known of the change.
Okay.
So that's the other remedy. There's not a lot there, but that's one.
And I actually have a situation in my district where, you know, some people are asking about something that they think is coming up, but they don't know when the environmental review is going to go and what level it is and how to do it. So practically speaking, what do I tell them? Just send it in to Tiffany and let them know that that this is something they have concerns about, or what? I mean, what should they do, really, practically speaking?
So
if I can jump in, that we excuse me, don't want to get in the specifics of any projects.
Right.
Yeah.
I tried to stay out of the specifics. That's why I went to a different county. But
so what I would say is, if the project is going to be approved by the county, that your staff there is notified. I mean, the best I would say, I'll let your staff speak for themselves. If it's going to be approved, if there's another lead agency, it's you know, EID or another lead agency, that you instruct the person to contact them and to be asked for any notices pertaining to that project. And then, you know, as we were talking earlier in the presentation, when you request notice, you're required to be given it. Okay. So that's a requirement of CEQA. Doesn't always happen. And if they don't receive notice, then there's that 180-day thing from when they can and should have known about the project. And if they didn't receive notice and they ask for it, then that kicks in.
Right. Okay, good. So they should just get on our county list of being noticed about that. That's good. I think some of these other ones were answered, like environmental justice issues. Our county doesn't have. Our county can address that in the permitting land use determination, not in CEQA. Is that correct?
Yep.
For most environmental justice issues.
You know, Chris, are you dealing with SB 1000 on any projects?
Not really with anything right now. I mean, we're doing some proactive environmental justice work, but for the most part, EJ is not really within the context of CEQA, except as it might peek in on the general plans right now, as far as I understand.
Yeah, there's a requirement, Senate Bill 1000, that's passed a few years ago, that requires every agency that has a defined disadvantaged community to consider the adoption of policies in its general plan or in an element of a general plan within a certain period of time that address environmental justice issues. If those policies are environmental policies that are intended to avoid a significant impact, then they come into CEQA.
Oh, okay. All right. That's good to know.
Roundabout way.
I have another one. You brought up the trustee agencies, but you left out my old state mining and geology board for mineral resources. Just wanted to bring it up since you brought up mining too. We have mineral resources in the county. And also future impacts. So this cumulative effect thing, what if you can anticipate that something's launching what may become a cumulative effect? Like you have a really bad intersection and one additional project probably is going to contribute a little bit to it, but if you could move the whole intersection or reconfigure the whole ingress egress off of some main road, do you do it when the first project comes up that you anticipate that becoming, if it gets bigger, it's becoming worse? Or when do you address that as far as CEQA is concerned versus planning and permitting?
Do you want to take that?
Yeah, well, I think it would depend on where you are in the project. I mean, from a broader planning perspective, if you're looking at a general plan, that might be where you'd consider, or within a regional transportation improvement plan, that might be where you'd consider making those broader systematic changes, I would think. But typically, if it's a discrete development, say within a portion of a block, that typically will be a more of a discrete improvement related to, again, we're talking LOS generally, but related to adding an additional turn lane or something like that. So it would be relatively specific. But then within the cumulative context, if your one trip is considered to be cumulatively considerable, that's where you might end up contributing a fair share contribution towards that more systematic change that could occur later.
It's more like if you have a current configuration that isn't great, and if you allow something to develop there, that's just compounding a not so great situation. So is that the time to correct it, even though it might not actually technically trigger a mitigation requirement? Or do you nip it in the bud, or do you, and is that even a CEQA issue, or is that something you just address through planning?
I think that would be more of a planning and design issue. Typically from CEQA, we're looking at the projects as proposed and assessing that. So when, say, we'd pull on, I know Fair and Pierce does work for the county, they would look at what is the current design of the roadways around there and mitigate to that versus trying to make a more systematic change, a broader change that would potentially be outside and not be within that essential nexus for the project.
And my last question is, because this has come up twice and I thought it would be rare enough to never come up, is that when we're making findings about a project, I've had 2 planning commissions say separately on different things that that the initial project description wasn't adequate, and basically go back and revise. They weren't going to approve the review of the CEQA requirements because the project description itself wasn't carefully enough defined, and it caused a lot of the comments to come in. So somebody should have realized that long before they got to the, to any sort of writing the draft. But it was I think it's unusual that somebody would get the project description kind of wrong, not bringing in the really crucial elements of the environmental impacts into the description. So.
I'll say that, this has come up recently in court cases. There was the Millennium Hotel or Millennium Development project down in Los Angeles, where because of what was allowed under code and they hadn't really designed the project to any certain degree, the project description was a little overly flexible in what could occur.
That's the right word, yeah. Overly flexible. That was, yeah, right.
Yeah. And there are times when the project descriptions just, having been on the end where we prepare environmental documents where the applicant's changing its mind and we have to try to keep up with it, it presents challenges sometimes, but it has to be done properly. I will say that.
And it's a little bit chicken and the egg, because how can you not get fully invested into a project and still have it well defined? Invested in a project far enough along and not have it well defined. So, right. If you're expending public funds, where's the balance in that?
Well, it's when an application is complete. So when the county determines the application is complete, that's when we usually start our environmental analysis. If the applicant wants to change the project after that, then they're doing so and they're causing money to be spent at risk. That's their own determination.
If it's like a public agency that's making an application, like a sewer district or a fire district or whatever, they're expending public funds to get it to the point where they can ask for an environmental review. And you've already expended a lot of public funds. So what's the balance? What's the tipping point between you're invested too far to change your mind as a public agency, as us, as the planning commission and the board? At what point did some public agency expend too much money?
Now you're kind of getting into some economic decisions by cities and counties. You just want to make sure that whoever's doing the environmental document knows how to walk the agency through the decision-making process and try to help them out. But that doesn't always work. It's always about people. I did want to get back one other thing you mentioned. Mines and Geology is a trustee agency. Trustee agencies are actually defined in CEQA, and they're not one. It is those 4 agencies: State Lands Commission, University of California, State Lands Department of Fish and Wildlife. And
did that change? Because when I was on the board, we had mineral resources as a required review.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't want me hosting Meet the Press. I catch all the little nuances.
Okay, Amanda, I think it's your turn.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for such a thorough presentation on a very complicated topic. That was really helpful. I just wanted to touch on the wildfire, a new topic under CEQA. You know, majority of large portion of El Dorado County is in state responsibility area, and we do have communities that are in very high fire hazard responsibility areas. And I wanted to ask, what kinds of mitigation measures have you seen implemented for projects that are in those areas? Do they include, you know, using certain building materials, putting buildings in a certain area on the site to avoid wildfire, or, you know, putting in fire breaks, those kinds of things? And then I also wanted to ask, I know, I believe it was Gary that touched on a project that could influence wildfire in that it could cause a fire department to build a new station versus maybe it impacting response times. And I know that our county has a response time policy for emergency fire and ambulatory responses. And I wondered, you know, when we're talking about CEQA, is there a threshold for if it does impact response times, how that affects the department to respond as a whole? Or is it really just looking at how it affects the environment and that they would have to build a new station, not necessarily have more personnel to respond, if that makes sense?
So on the first question, you know, I think you hit on some of the mitigation. Defensible space is the most important mitigation that there is, and building materials and evacuation routes are also extremely important. But defensible space becomes one of the key issues. There is a program that CAL FIRE, I know about it because we worked on it. It's a statewide vegetation treatment program that CAL FIRE has adopted about a year ago. It's got a lot of good programs in it. And a lot of entities are using that program. A lot of agencies are using that in their wildfire management program. But fire breaks are also a tool. Selective vegetation removal is another tool. You know, taking out a tree here and a tree there versus clear cutting is another thing that's used. You try to just create enough space from one fire source to another to reduce the possibility of transmission and look at the kind of vegetation in the specific area. You know, what's the understory like? I mean, it's a fairly complicated. Fire science is fairly complicated. I'm not an expert. I just worked on for UC Berkeley their hillside fire fuel management reduction plan, and we had experts on the team who do that that's all they do for a living is these fire fuel management plans. So there's that. And then the question on Chris, do you want to address the question on that second question issue on the fire?
Sure. In terms of public services and whether or not you need a new fire station, I mean, I think a lot of the ways that we look at it is in terms of where the county is already providing service. I mean, for the most part, I can't speak to the county's general plan in particular, but a lot of times there'll be this performance standard of you know, of a target for priority one calls of 5 or 6 minutes, or there'll be some sort of a population, number of firefighters per population. In those cases, I think if you have a development that is extending that service area or making it potentially harder to get to a particular area such that it makes sense in order to maintain those areas or based on what the fire department is saying that an additional fire station is necessary out there. That's where we might see that become an impact. But a lot of times when you've got those sort of greenfield developments, we'll see typically a fire station get included as part of the project, in which case that will still be a less than significant impact because we'll say we're addressing the development within the specific plan area, which includes a fire station or a police station. And as such, it's incorporated within the other areas of analysis of the EIR, and this wouldn't be an additional significant impact.
Yeah, and we'll always consult with the fire district, fire department, right, sheriff, whomever. So it's not really our opinion, it's theirs.
Right. And is there any time where you would try to find, I guess, outside analysis by a fire expert on how a project might be impacted by wildfire hazards? Or is it really just relying on the existing agency that's providing that service to give you that information?
No, it depends. The fire behavior is a science. So sometimes you need to have a scientist on your team in order to understand behavioral characteristics. What's a hillside going? What's going to happen in a hillside if there's a fire hazard? Will it? What's the prevailing wind? I mean, there's a lot that goes into this. So, yeah, there's times when an expert is warranted, and we're, as an industry, as an environmental industry, we're becoming more and more aware of the importance of that as we see what's happening with with climate change and drier conditions and all kinds of things that we're dealing with now. Diseased trees getting higher and higher up the slopes. I mean, there's a lot of things now that we're chasing.
Perfect. Thank you very much both for your information.
Okay, any of the other commissioners or supervisors who have a comment or question at this point? I'm not seeing hands raised. Okay, I have a couple just very quickly on slide 34, and this was previously alluded to, talks about mandatory findings of significance. And I'm going back to the one that says project has possible cumulative impacts. And my specific focus here is with respect to SB 35, where we know it's primarily ministerial, but we do have things in our general plan, such as level of service, that are objective standards as best we can interpret. But in the case of a project where we know there's already significant restrictions at a given road intersection or something, and any kind of additional project will impact that in terms of a cumulative impact, more cars, more traffic, et cetera. Is it important on an SB 35 project for the Planning Commission to make a finding of that potential as a significant finding of their study, that potential cumulative impact?
Chris, are you familiar enough with SB 35 to address this?
I am not, but we can do some research and get you back a better answer. That is a great question.
Yeah.
I can jump in, Bree Moby, as Deputy County Counsel. When you're talking about mandatory findings of significance, you are within CEQA. You are having to comply with CEQA and you're going through the environmental analysis. When you're in SB 35, the state legislature has said you are exempt from CEQA. So you're not getting to that point. It's a statutory exemption. So you would not be making mandatory findings of significance on an SB 35 project.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, because I wasn't sure. I mean, some of these things, SB 35 is kind of a special animal and we're trying to all understand it. And so that helps me. The next question I had was relative to the term, and this is slide 50, growth-inducing impacts. Is there a crisp, clear definition of growth-inducing? Because any member of the public, if you're talking about a commercial project, oh, that's growth-inducing because people want to live close to it. If you're talking about a residential project, well, that's growth-inducing. It seems that any change is growth-inducing. So is there a crisp definition of how you address what is truly growth-inducing and to what degree?
First off, I want to just go back to your last question. You just demonstrated the value of always having a really good attorney on your team.
Yes, so, we have some of those on board. So yes, thank you.
Yes. Growth-inducing impacts are a little bit of an oddity because the guidelines are really unclear as to whether or not growth-inducing impacts are significant impacts under CEQA. So that's the first thing. What you're supposed to look at in growth-inducing impacts is whether or not the project is going to cause growth in an area through removing a barrier. So an example is if a project is located right here, and a roadway ends right here, and the road has to extend for 5 miles to serve that project, you're removing a barrier to growth by extending that road. By expanding treatment capacity at a wastewater plant, you're removing a barrier to growth by doing that. So what CEQA requires us to do is to ask the questions about whether we're removing a barrier to growth, whether we're causing unplanned growth in an area, and what the impacts of that are. Now, when we do the analysis, there's not really a statement as to whether those impacts are significant or not. In fact, the way that the guidelines are written is growth is not considered beneficial or detrimental. You're just supposed to state what it'll do. Where this becomes very confusing is in CEQA, we're supposed to be able to evaluate the direct and indirect impacts of a project, but they can't be speculative either. So developing that road that connects your project to an undeveloped area may cause growth, but it doesn't necessarily cause growth because you, as a board, will have discretion over whether or not to approve projects and change land uses along that route. So our job in doing the CEQA analysis is to say that, and this is using this as a for instance, is that extending that road removes a barrier to growth. And here are the possible effects of that. Now, if your general plan is looking at development in that area, then it would actually say not only does it remove a barrier to growth, but it will facilitate development consistent with the general plan. And here are the impacts of that development as articulated in the general plan EIR, usually. That's where we want to go. Now, are growth-inducing impacts of a project significant when you can say that the project causes that growth? Then the answer is yes. If it removes a barrier to growth, it's a judgment call. But the job of the EIR is to lay out what those potential impacts are. I know that's confusing. We generally don't say they're significant impacts of the project. We will usually say, here are the potential impacts that this will result in, but we'll also walk through what the decision-making process is that would result in facilitating those impacts. And it's that decision-making process, somebody coming in along that roadway and proposing a subdivision, that's when the impacts get assigned to a project.
Thank you. That helps. That very helps.
Your legal counsel is allowed to disagree with me, by the way.
Chime in, Bree. You're muted.
I don't have anything to add on that one right now.
All right, thank you. So the next one I want to jump to very quickly is 57, and this goes back to if a subsequent activity is within a program EIR scope, no new CEQA document may be required. There's an effort going on right now in El Dorado Hills to look at incorporation, and incorporation is something that goes through LAFCO, which is we have supervisors represented on LAFCO. Ultimately, the county would get involved with revenue neutrality and other things if it moves forward. So the fact that there was a full EIR done on a 2004 brought forward 2005 voted incorporation project, does that lay the framework for using that EIR to bridge into the current effort, or do you really have to start over? So part of the question, is there a statute of limitations? And I look at the whole thing as it should be categorically exempt, because just changing the form of government does not affect environment. But that's my personal opinion. So thoughts on incorporation as it applies to going back and using a previous EIR?
The question about whether you can use a previous EIR is all based on that question that Chris raised. Are there new significant environmental issues that would result that weren't addressed in the prior EIR? If the answer is no, you can use it.
Okay.
If the answer is yes, then you have to do a supplemental or subsequent or a new EIR. You know, if it's so out of date, you do a new EIR. 2004 when we look at it, those are just numbers. That's a year, but that doesn't mean that it's out of date. Now, that's a long time for an environmental document to have express conditions that are current today, and that there aren't changes around. And there's things like now greenhouse gases and vehicle miles traveled that were never addressed before. So on a big picture perspective, things are a little bit more complicated than they used to be when we're doing subsequent environmental review. On the question of whether or not El Dorado Hills wants to become a city and what the CEQA document should be, I personally have avoided working on incorporation environmental documents because I've never been able to figure out what you're supposed to evaluate.
Fair enough. Okay, and so the last question I have relates to slide 59, where you talked about subsequent EIR, supplemental EIR, addendum to an EIR. And again, we have a situation where the county is involved with the Southeast Connector project. And the question came up that people are raising new issues relative to the EIR, and it had to do with an assumption related to the speed in a given area from the standpoint of noise generation. So I want to give you that kind of a backdrop. There was an additional analysis done by the engineering firm that had done the original noise analysis. That is now a matter of public record. Is it important from the CEQA perspective to document that as an addendum to the EIR, since there's a letter that specifies that? How do you put that into the record? Is the addendum the better way to do it, or do you just note it?
So can I ask just to follow on that? So is the county's, so the EIR was originally prepared, and then there was this additional discussion that the technical noise analysis that was done doesn't disagree with the findings of the previous EIR, but the county has some responsibility as a responsible agency?
Yes.
Moving forward?
That's the connection. And they did an updated analysis with a higher speed, no impact relative to exceeding thresholds.
If there wasn't a change to the project, I would say that with that technical analysis, you should just reflect, you should have that at the ready and say, look, we did this to see if there was a problem, if there was a miss, if there was a changed condition that we would need to look at. There isn't, and we don't have a change to the project. We're not going to do anything to the EIR. This additional technical analysis said it's still adequate.
Yeah, there's a bit of a there's a statement that we often hear, and that's well, you should take the conservative approach and do X, Y, Z. We look at CEQA maybe a little differently, not as a conservative approach or a less conservative approach, but what does CEQA ask us to do? And if it has a circumstance like this where you're not being asked to make a decision on the project, there's no discretionary authority on your part, and CEQA was done already, then CEQA's done. If there is a change that goes to you that you have to make a decision on, then the question about does increased speed result in more noise is something that you would consider documenting.
Okay, that helps me personally in the situation we're dealing with. So thank you. Any other final thoughts or comments, questions from any of the board members or commissioners? Okay, seeing none. Julie, let's go ahead and open it up to the public for input.
Hi, I had a quick one. I just wanted to clarify. I asked before, who does a constituent actually send the letter to ask for any notifications? Like what address? Who should I say they need to?
This is Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. If there's a broad general one, you can send it to my attention. And if you get notification, we can try to, let them know.
I just want to tell them who to address it to. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, very good. So let's go to the public now.
Now taking public comment on item number 1, presentation 3. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Individuals representing an organization may request up to 5 minutes. It is at the discretion of the chair to allow for the additional time. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press star 9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you are joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Kay Payne.
Good afternoon, board. This is Chris Payne. Just a few comments. We have federal lands adjacent to our private lands, and we have a federal highway. When does the National Environmental Policy Act get triggered? And I realize you guys are CEQA consultants, but I thought you might know when NEPA would be triggered. Second question, you talked about finding of overriding consideration. I don't recall you said anything about finding of no significant impact, or what they call a FONSI. And I was just wondering, what is the difference? And did you speak about FONSI, the finding of no significant impact? SB 35 and its importance. I think it's important for you to, talking about the consultants, to be knowledgeable about SB 35. The reason is because this county has done a checklist now, and it has certain county policies that they're establishing and continue to evolve on SB 35. The question is it more ministerial than discretionary, and what actions can you take in advising El Dorado County as a client to, and maybe you're already doing that, to be in a position where you're dealing with SB 35. Continuing on, a fourth thing was, I don't know that you talked about the importance of a clear area of potential effect, or an APE. But I found that is very important as to defining the limits of the analysis. Also, you talked a little bit about a focused EIR. I think that's important when you have items that need that additional analysis. Wildfire responsibility. For those of you that don't know, we do have the El Dorado County Fire Safe Council, of which I'm a member. El Dorado County has a vegetation management and defensible space ordinance now, and that was a year or two ago. And so it's important to recognize what is in it, and then we'll be constantly looking at what the future may hold related to it. But this is important in any wildfire responsibility issue. Then here, the last one is an EIR versus an MND. So I've always told people that have—
Public comment, is that 3 minutes?
Okay, just about finished. I've always told people who have asked me, or where it seems like they believe that an EIR is the more protective document, that no, because you can have a finding of no overriding consideration. I believe an MND is the most, the strongest document that anyone might have. So I thought maybe you might speak on EIRs versus MNDs. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
So we'll ask staff or the consultants to respond after we take all the public comment. So thank you. So Julie, who's next?
Now taking public comment from 390.
Oh boy, oh boy. Another great presentation, Gary. Yes, I remember you from way back. I still got hair, and you showed your changes off. But anyway, it was kind of like being at University of Moose, and a good reminder here of all of the wonderful things that are CEQA. Thank you very much. Great presentation. I feel almost updated. And the good news is, and I'm going to spread this around, this recording of this board meeting is actually a great training opportunity for all staff of all local agencies and stuff like that. And sure, they'll probably pitch in some money to help pay for this, right? Yeah, right. But anyway, but I do appreciate it, and I hope that the decision makers here appreciate what they have been presented with today. And you know, it's a great opportunity for people to understand CEQA, and Gary's explanation of democracy at its fullest best is right along the line of my suggestion that it is a true enactment of a democratic process, if you will, but also more importantly, it is the due process that is required by the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, which is really the reason that planning decisions basically are, as long as they're done procedurally, they're good. So one of the things that I do want to suggest is that the visual impact was disclosed, but I would also, in that disclosure, full public disclosure, full and complete, if you will, but visual impact and aesthetics, particularly with respect to WTFs. And that is, yeah, right. That looks like a tree. No, it doesn't. And that's sticking 100 feet up above the normal canopy. No. So the aesthetics really aren't there. And that is something that I think really needs to be addressed in the updated wireless ordinance so that you can make better findings that it isn't an aesthetic situation.
Yeah.
Say it again?
You're getting project specific at this point, so I would like to keep it more general, which you just did in the final say there.
Well, no, and that is just applying it to a task that's going to be in front of you, hopefully within the year.
Is it 3 minutes?
All right, thank you.
Okay. So anyway, great opportunity here, and soak it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. Any other public comment?
There is no additional public comment.
Okay, so let's bring it back to the consultants first, and then any staff follow up to response to the two public comments we have. Anything you gentlemen would like to respond back?
Yeah. Okay. Well, first off, on the last comment, I didn't get his name, but I appreciate all the nice compliments. And the issue about visual is, I'll just say that visual impacts should be evaluated when they occur. So that I would agree with that. On the first commenter, on the NEPA issues, and we're an environmental consulting firm, so we evaluate both NEPA and CEQA. The issues, NEPA is involved whenever there's a federal action, and it's a little bit in flux right now because the prior administration changed the rules of CEQA in the last couple of months, and they changed rules about what's considered a major action and all that. And we're still trying to understand what a major action is under NEPA now, but we're working on that. The guidance is still coming out. FONSI is a document that's prepared under NEPA. It's a finding of no significant impact. That's what it stands for, and that's the equivalent of a negative declaration under CEQA. The SB 35 question, obviously very important. We actually have a full group of folks in our company that work on housing elements and SB 35 implementation, and he's absolutely right that that's so important. That's why, when we didn't know the answer, we asked too, because everybody needs to go to an expert on these issues, but very, very, very important issue. APE, area of potential effect, that is a NEPA term of art that is used by NEPA agencies a lot, but under CEQA, all it is the area that a project can have an adverse effect on. So it's a term, but it's not really a defined term under CEQA. Even under NEPA, it's very discretionary. So you work on a highway project, and They want to look at 150 yards on either side of the development. It's somewhat arbitrary based on how wide projects typically occur. And the wildfire responsibility, veg management, defensible space, obviously, if there's an ordinance in the county, that would be something that would be reviewed as part of the environmental document to see the consistency of that project with that. That's a great way to have standards that you would compare in terms of a threshold of significance. Chris, you want to talk about whether an MND or an EIR is stronger? I'm not sure that we can get into much detail here.
Sure. You know, in terms of, I think, which is quicker, I think MNDs definitely are, but because of the fair argument standard, in our experience, and especially in the last few years, we've seen a lot of MNDs, a lot of neg decks subject to that fair argument standard, which, if they're successful in challenging something in court, that can reset the clock and put you into an EIR anyway. So in our opinion, in terms of getting the process done and getting it done when you think you might have a potential challenge coming, EIRs are the strongest, most defensible documents.
Whenever a negative declaration is getting challenged in court, they're just extremely hard to defend. Any lawyer will tell you that. And that doesn't mean you don't do them. They should be done. And there's some projects that they will work no matter what. But as soon as you have one of those gray area issues and somebody has an argument to support their conclusion, you might as well just go straight to an EIR. I think that's it.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any other staff additional comments to the public comment at all? Not seeing any, then let's bring it back to the commission and the board for any final comments before we kind of close out this segment. There's no action to be taken. So is everybody satisfied with the three presentations at this point, and we're ready to talk about the closed session? It looks like we are. So with that, I would like to ask Julie to open up the public comment for the closed session. We have 3 items in closed session we're going to be taking. So any public comment on the closed session will be taken at this point. So
now Julie? Taking public comment on closed session items 2, 3, and 4. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. Individuals representing an organization may request up to 5 minutes. It is at the discretion of the chair to allow for the additional time. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press star 9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you are joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Kay Payne.
Good morning, good afternoon. Board of Supervisors, I'd like to speak on item 3. The purpose of my comments is to give you an update related to the item 3, which is the 515, 525 Main Street real property issue. I noted that in the item, I have it in front of me, the county negotiator is still Don Ashton, Chief Administrative Officer, successor, or designee. I've been working directly with Russ Fackrell of Facilities as a designee. But I noted that the negotiating parties, that now you've added the city manager for the city of Placerville. And I question that. And certainly our organization, FredOp, President, El Dorado County 1848 successor or designee, is now second in line. As you know, there's been a couple of closed sessions since last year. Jill Kearney, the president of the El Dorado County Historical Society, got the ball rolling. And then we added Fred Ott, El Dorado Gold 1848 as the better entity. And yet now I see city manager for the city of Placerville. So I question that. And then under negotiation price in terms of payment for sale, I'm taking that just generically, that you could talk about other things other than price in terms of payment of sale. Bring you up to speed, here's what we've done. I'm speaking about 1848. there's $100,000 now currently in the escrow account. So an escrow account was set up. There's cumulatively been added to a total of $100,000 effective today when you go into close. The second thing, there's a signed purchase and sale agreement by 1848. This was submitted last Friday. And so staff has that. Hopefully you do. The identified problem with the telephone annex building roof is that's where we're going to be hopefully making some income. And so Russ Fackrell staff had asked me to put together what I'll call the plan for this for 1848. And so you should have a copy of that. I sent that out this morning based on our conversation, Russ and my conversation. That pretty much covers it, other than I consider myself, one, I am the vice president of 1848, and the full name is Eldorado Gold 1848. It is a 501c3 nonprofit. And also, I consider myself to be the project manager. So I've spoken to you previously.
Public comment is at 3 minutes.
I've spoken to you previously about the project, and I've given you my thoughts, and there's been past work of which I prepared for you, and I hope your file is inclusive of all those things. Again, I consider that we've been in good faith, and that we're prepared to take action next week, Tuesday, and also that escrow will close as identified on the 19th, which is a Friday, based on the conditions of escrow being met and that the full price is identified unless adjusted appropriately. So thank you very much for the time. That concludes my comments as you go into closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to step back, and I guess the question would be to the planning commissioners, since this is really board items. Is there anybody on the planning commission that has a comment to the closed session? Because if not, I think Chairman Vania can adjourn the planning commission meeting and we can go on with the Board of Supervisors discussion, if that's okay. So any comment from commissioners relative to our closed session items, just to make sure that we're inclusive there?
I have none.
Not seeing any, then John, it might be appropriate for you to adjourn the planning commission meeting, free everybody up, and then we'll continue with the board meeting.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Any last comments from the commissioners? If not, I'll adjourn the planning commission meeting.
Just a big thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Yeah,
All
thanks
right.
for this combined meeting.
Thank you for staff and board members. Appreciate it. Let's do it again. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, Julie, then please resume the public comment. Appreciate that.
Now taking public comment from Cleve.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I know this has been a long process, actually a long day for you already today, so my comments will not be real long. But I wanted to just mention to you, I know you're going in to look at, I want to speak on item 3, 515, 525 Main Street here in Placerville, significant buildings to the city of Placerville in our downtown, and our main concern is making sure that those are restored rehabilitated to a good use within our downtown. It's very important to us. I wanted to just outline, as you know, you received a proposal from the city of Placerville previously for consideration. Number one, I want to just reiterate to you and confirm to you that that proposal, if the opportunity is there or if the opportunity comes up, is still in play, and we will absolutely honor that proposal. I wanted to also mention that the terms of that, in terms of the payment schedule that was proposed, et cetera, is open to negotiation, and we can talk about that. There was an issue in there about the buildings reverting to the county. If for some reason they did not get refurbished the way or rehabilitated the way we want them to. And we're open to removing that clause also if it's something that is a concern in the process. We want to make sure that whatever group is restoring those buildings is willing to work with the city of Placerville and through our building and planning departments to make sure those uses are compatible with our downtown and continue to be a benefit to us going forward. I want to state that we feel we have this proposal we submitted in conjunction with Arts and Culture El Dorado is an extensive plan, identifies, we feel hits all the buttons that we are interested in making sure that those buildings become useful in our downtown area. We've worked closely with Arts and Culture El Dorado. It not only provides a plan to refurbish those buildings, but it also has a plan to maintain them going forward. And that's extremely important to us. I've always said, since I've been the city manager for the city of Placerville and in other areas, it seems like we can always find money to build things, develop things, put them together, but it's the ongoing maintenance that is always the problem. This is a good plan that addresses that and has that plan of how the ongoing maintenance will be handled. We are moving forward on our 2 historic buildings, historic City Hall buildings near where the old DA buildings are. We have an MOU going to our council at our next meeting. Arts and Culture El Dorado has already begun the fundraising process. There are some funds that have been submitted already. And we have an architect that we're ready to bring on board to create the final plans to move forward with the restoration or rehabilitation of those buildings. So I just want to emphasize those things. If the opportunity is there, we are ready to move forward. And with that, if there's any questions any of you have, I'd be happy to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you, Cleve.
Now taking public comment from Rod Miller.
Supervisors, Rod Miller, El Dorado County Growers Alliance, speaking on item number 4. Hopefully you'll be able to talk about some solutions to the problem. It's not rocket science, certainly with some flexibility and the great intelligence and innovative nature of El Dorado County staff and public leaders. Hopefully a solution to this problem can be found. Folks have already done hemp background checks. You can do your own background check, submit it. One could do a certification to the standards that are in the sheriff's background check application. One can rely on the state background check. There are many different solutions. So why can't we get one, start moving forward for the benefit of our community? We're ready to move forward, make progress, and please solve this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rod.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood, District 2. And I apologize for not identifying myself earlier. This is item 4. We've been talking so long about how much money this is going to make for the county and stuff like that. Yet we still have billboards up on Highway 50. And, you know, that's inconsistent with that. But let's hope we can get this process going so we can generate this money that we're expecting and that we've already spent. If background checks are an issue, the sheriff, who's autonomous to an extent, you know, needs to get on with it. You know, it's just like the CCW background checks; they're kind of backlogged at this time. And I understand, because everybody wants a background check, and supply and demand, if you will. But anyway, if we move forward on this and get it rolling, then maybe we can generate the revenue that we've been expecting for the last 4 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, very good. So I'm wondering if we want to take a short break before we actually start the closed session. Any other questions? Sounds like the answer is yes. Is yes. 10 minutes enough? 5 minutes?
10.
10's good.
Yeah. 10 minutes. All right. So With that, I want to ask County Council, do we expect a report out of closed session on any of the items that we would come back into the general session mode?
Ordinarily, I would say no, but I'm not quite sure. It might depend on the action that the board takes today.
Okay, so it's a maybe, so I understand that. So let's take the 10 minutes. So we will come in to start closed session at 3:13. Everybody's okay with that? It's an odd number, but that's what my 3:14 now. So 3:14 in 10 minutes, we'll be back in closed session for board members and staff that's associated with that. So thank you all.
All right.
And use this link, John? Just stay where we are?
No, we have to use the closed session link.
Okay.
Yep, it's typical. So yeah, we don't have a breakout room here.
Okay, we'll leave then. All right, thank you.